All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well on February 22nd, 2026. It's a Sunday, and apparently, at least where I am, going to be getting another massive winter blizzard. Not looking forward to that. So I'm trying to mentally prepare myself because the last blizzard we got was insane. And they're saying this one might be just as bad, if not worse. But before that blizzard hits, we have just enough time to do a regularly scheduled Sunday stream. Muffin the Bunny says PlayStation music is so soothing. It is nice. Sony has always kind of nailed with their PlayStation consoles, that kind of ambiance, even going back to even the PlayStation 2 when you started up. Michael says, I can't wait to see the jokes and the memes that are going to come from the ashy booty management era. Yes, it will be fascinating to witness, certainly. Irfin, what's up, man? You got your pizza. Happy to hear that. I think I'll be having pizza later on as well. Oh, you think so? Muffin? Interesting. Interesting. And we have a super chat from Soyu, aka Mr. Hamster, longtime viewer and friend of the channel. Says it's been a really rough week for gaming. I'm so afraid that one more piece of bad news and we'll see the classic 2018 Raging MBG make a comeback. It's okay. I understand your concern, Mr. Hamster. Something tells me you wouldn't be opposed to that. I understand your concern. This is a valid concern. However, rest assured, in just a couple of days, Resident Evil 9 is releasing. It's going to soothe me. It's going to calm me down. It's going to ground me. It's going to remind me that everything's going to be okay. Gaming is still here, and gaming is still good. While not perfect all the time, it will be that important reminder. So I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Hamster, but it's okay. I don't necessarily know that I'll be raging today or there will be any crash outs or ranting, but we do have some interesting topics we are going to be covering in today's stream. And I'm going to let you guys know what those topics are. The first one we're going to talk about has to do with God of War. We've been covering a lot of stuff regarding God of War over the past couple of weeks. This might be outside of the actual announcement, the official announcement of the remake trilogy. This might be the most interesting thing that has happened because it seemingly there's a chance that what we're going to cover is actually the intro to the next mainline God of War game. And believe it or not, this was discovered through data mining of God of War Ragnarok. And we have some very interesting information to cover there. So, I probably should let you know, if you don't want to know anything about the next God of War. Now, we do have to keep in mind this is not confirmed to be part of the next God of War. It was discovered in the files, but there's just a very, very good chance that some of the stuff we're going to go over is absolutely going to be in the next game. And this is stuff that wasn't necessarily supposed to be discovered by players. So we'll talk about that. We're also going to be talking about the new Xbox CEO. We covered the information about Phil Spencer's retirement, Sarah Bond departing, but over the last, I would say, 24 to 48 hours, the new Xbox CEO has been engaging with the community and saying some things on Twitter. And one of the things that we're going to talk about is the possibility of Xbox returning back to exclusivity. And yes, Greg Miller did seem to confirm on his show at Kind of Funny Games that Phil Spencer, his retirement was not planned. which I don't think is that surprising to hear. I think a lot of people already assume that, but he seems to very much be kind of confirming that, yeah, Phil was fired. So we'll talk about that. And we're also going to be talking about some PlayStation 5 sales information. However, we're not just going to be talking about the PS5 outselling the Switch 2. There's a wider conversation I want to have with you guys because some other really interesting information was revealed by Circana or Matt Piscatella from Circana, where he gave us a list of the top 5 most played games on PlayStation over the last 2 years. And this list is going to be important to go over because after the recent news of the Blue Point closure, seeing the announcement of Horizon Hunters Gathering, a lot of concern about the direction potentially that PlayStation's going in with live service games, we need to have this wider conversation because emotions aside, reactions aside, one thing I always try to make sure to do is recenter myself and have discussions that are not so much based in emotion, but based on the facts and based off of what is. So that way, whether we like it or not, we can at least understand why, right? We can understand why the industry is in the state that it's in, why certain gaming companies and executives are seemingly making the decisions they're making. And I think some of this data that we just recently got really hammers home a point that I think some people might find unfortunate, but is factual nonetheless. But before we get into any of these topics, guys, I want to once again thank you for hanging out with me and tuning in. If you could do me a quick favor, make sure you hit that like button. We're already over 40 likes. Let's see if we can get that up to 50. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the streams and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. So if that's the only thing you can do outside of watching the stream to help it, please do so. If you want to support the channel directly, we are completely fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. There are a few ways in which you can do this. You can become a channel member and support directly. You can gift memberships. If we hit 25 members today, we'll feed the beast. If we hit other goals, we'll do those rewards as well. If you don't like the membership thing, you can super chat like Steelers has here, or you can drop a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the channel and the community directly. And big thank you to everybody who does. Simply could not do it without you. With that being said, though, we have Steelers coming in with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that, man. He says, with the PS5 still selling well while outperforming the Switch 2 at times, and Xbox having a real shot of not having hardware going forward, how close can this thing get to the PlayStation 2 if the PlayStation 6 rightfully gets pushed back to 2029 or beyond? It's actually a great question, Steelers. And I remember at the beginning of this generation, especially when I was listening to Jim Ryan was very enthusiastic, telling us all about how this is going to be the best PlayStation 5 generation ever, or he believes this could easily be the best one ever. And he kind of insinuated numerous times that the PS5 could ultimately go on to become the best selling PlayStation console of all time. Now, obviously, people thought this was nonsensical and ridiculous, which it's understandable why people think that because the PlayStation 2 is sitting at 160 million sold, still the king, right? Even the Switch 1 still hasn't caught up to it. It's hard to say if it will. So the idea of the PS5 being the console to do it just seems unrealistic to a lot of people. But when you consider all the factors that you just mentioned, Steelers, I don't want to say it's likely. I don't think it's likely. I think there is a slight possibility. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility. It's not something that's, I would say, outlandish to a degree that it's like impossible. Cannot happen. I say this because you factor in things like GTA 6, you factor in things like you're saying Xbox hardware either being completely irrelevant or potentially non-existent. You factor in Xbox games now dropping day and date on PlayStation. You factor in the Steam machine is probably going to be a very expensive device, $800 to $1,000. You factor in the PlayStation 6 potentially, like you said, getting delayed for not just 1 year, but potentially multiple years. this could create the perfect storm also with Sony possibly reducing the price of the PS5 either permanently or constantly doing sales. You combine all those things together, it could certainly create the perfect storm to where we might be in the next 3 to 4 years looking down the barrel of, wow, the PS5 is about to surpass 135 or 140 million sold. And, you know, at that point, the conversation of is it really going to be able to catch the PS2 will really, that will be at the forefront of everybody's mind. So, like I said, Steelers, it's a great question. I think it's unlikely, but I do think there is a real chance if all of these things play out the exact way that it's seeming like they're going to. And I can't wait to see, man. The big question, I would say the biggest factor here, before I move on to the topics, the biggest factor when it comes to the question of will the PS5 be able to catch the PS2 has to do with if the PS6 gets delayed by multiple years. If we're looking at a possibility where the PS6 won't even come out until holiday 2029, which would basically be like 2030 at that point, yeah, the PS5, I mean, Sony could get crazy with it, man. Sony could drop the price at some point, be like, we're going to sell them for $250 now. Try to get everybody to get a PS5. They do something crazy like that on top of delaying the PS6. Yeah, it doesn't really sound crazy. So we'll see what happens. But I do want to dive into the first topic here, which has to do with God of War. Before I do that, though, we have Soyu, aka Mr. Hamster, coming in and deciding, wait, hold on, MBG. I have to drop 5 membership gifts for the community. Soyu says, cheers. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Hamster. I was not expecting some membership gifts from you. I very much appreciate it. And I'll give you, there we go. Soyu is afraid that that's going to be me. 2018 MBG returns. I'll add that to the counter. And yeah, boss, don't get too excited yet. Okay? We're off to a good start. 20 more, and you'll get your treats. All right? Love to see it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for all the support. Really appreciate what you do for the community here. Oh, and I do want to mention this as well. It's important I mention this before I go any further. When it comes to members content, I'm currently taking a little bit of a hiatus, but it's mainly because I'm trying to see how this is going to impact the channel. There's been some data that I've been going over, looking over my channel analytics, and YouTube is always in a weird place, man, but there seem to be multiple indicators that doing members content is potentially very damaging to a channel, especially when it comes to exposure and growth. And obviously, that's something I have to pay attention to because I've been doing a lot of members content over the last like 2 years. So I'm going to do a little bit of experiment, going a little bit of a hiatus. It feels wrong and weird though, because it's like I want to be able to do some kind of members content. But for I'm just saying, like, no decisions have been made on that front other than we're just gonna keep it low key and take a little break from it so I can get some valuable feedback, some valuable data, and see what that looks like. If I notice that there's really no change, then that'll be different. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We have a direct donation from Rich Rod. Shadowlink, what's going on, man? Majestic mustache and majestic boss. Absolutely. Rich Rod dropped a direct donation.
No fanboy, you have the nerve to post a Destin video on Discord? Hess worse than Jez. Now he is a part of the war and in line for future MBG acts of war.
Great. Thank you, Rich. Yo, Rich, listen, bro. Snowstorm's coming. Fimble winter's coming, bro. Again. Second time. Are you ready? That's what you got to be ready to wage war against that snow, because I don't know, man. It's sounding pretty crazy out here. Rich, thank you for the $2 direct donation. You shouldn't stop member acts. I'm leaning towards not, truthfully. Like, unless I'm only taking a small break because I want to see if there's any major shift, because I've been coming across different things that seem to indicate but not confirm that there might be a major shift if you do this. I went in the other direction earlier this month and I saw the data from that. So now I'm going to see what happens going basically in the other, completely opposite direction. And if I notice there isn't any noticeable or significant change, I mean, it has to be something major, then we're going to go back to probably just doing members content like once, maybe twice a week as we have been doing it. Cause I can't imagine that that's really doing much damage. That would be very surprising to me. But people have been saying ever since I stopped doing members content, they're like, oh, I noticed your viewership's been up a little bit here and there. And, the numbers are maybe a little bit inflated compared to what they've been. And I don't know. YouTube's very finicky, man. It's the problem with YouTube, before I get into the God of War topic, is that they're always changing things. They're always doing things on the back end, and they just don't tell you. They don't tell us, even as a content creator. Some things they do tell us. Usually they're only very significant changes that they inform us of, but they're always tweaking with stuff and messing with stuff behind the scenes, and we have no idea. And it feels like we're kind of in it together. Like whatever differences you guys notice, I'm also probably noticing for the first time as well too. So, since we are neighbors, want to borrow my power shovel? Sure, Rich. Sounds good. Shadowlink says, "Oh yeah, what's it looking like by UMBG? It's not doing too much here right now, but slowly getting heavier. Be safe." Where I'm at, I've been informed that basically by tomorrow morning, we're going to have, I think, like 15 inches potentially. Um, yeah, it's looking, and they're saying it might be worse than that, but they're also saying that this is going to be what they call heart attack snow. And heart attack snow, from what I understand, it's mixed in less with rain, so it's kind of just, it's more compacted and it's a lot harder to shovel. So people who have like heart conditions basically need to not shovel this type of snow because it's really, really heavy on your heart, apparently. It's crazy cardio.
I
So,
have this power shovel. After I use it I can walk it over to your house. You point out the neighbors with Xboxes and we blow it on their property.
I got this person that lives across the street from me. I got this big neon Xbox sign in their window. I always thought it was kind of strange. Maybe it's time to send a message, Rich. It's time to send a message. Thank you, though. That's very kind of you. Yeah, man. Yeah, you can smell it, Shadowlink. All right. All right. That's enough of that. Thank you, guys. We're going to get into the first topic, God of War. We have some very, very interesting information to go over here. Okay. Now, I'm going to operate under the assumption that everybody here has played God of War 2018 and beat it, as well as God of War Ragnarok. Okay. If you haven't, obviously, there's going to be some spoilers here because we're talking about the ending of Ragnarok specifically. But that shouldn't deter you. I would be surprised if any of you guys here didn't beat Ragnarok. So it says here, God of War's next main game looking ever more likely to explore Egyptian mythology. It says after decimating the Greek gods and surviving the harsh Norse mythos, it really does seem like God of War is poised to move to Egypt in the next leg of the saga. A data miner appears to have discovered some dialogue hidden within the files of God of War Ragnarok, and if it holds any weight, it could be a big clue as to the setting of the next major game in the series. Now, that's what I want to emphasize before we run further down this list, is that this is not a situation. Oh, hold on. Do you have a link to the Discord? Hey, Ray or Lady Gamer, any of my mods in the chat, Irfan, anybody, if you're able to, could you post the link to the Discord in the chat for Soyu so he can join? But before we run down this list, I do just want to let you guys know, thank you, Ray. I want to let you guys know that this is not coming from like a leaker, an insider. This isn't a rumor. This is coming directly from the files located within God of War Ragnarok. It took so long. I mean, data mining is like insane. And apparently it took this person this long to discover this. So keep that in mind because I know people get very tired of hearing from insiders and there's always the rumor mill. So this is where it changes it up a little bit. Where actually, no, this is coming from a pretty good source, the game itself. So this was actually posted by the user the Morse on the official God of War Ragnarok subreddit. Says, found Athena cutscene and Atreus in his travels with an unknown individual in the God of War Ragnarok game files. Earlier this year, I made a post here about hidden content in the 2018 and Ragnarok game files that was deleted by the mods for some reason. In that Google document link, I showed that the beginning of God of War Ragnarok was already located within the God of War 2018 files, with Atreus killing the bear, sneaking out to see the shrines, and finding out Tyr was still alive. Now I found something new. A hidden cutscene with what I think are the beings from the higher plane and Athena talking about Odin and Atreus. There is also another character called the Robed Figure who says, well, I can't pronounce what's actually said, but it's apparently in Greek for the white snake will eat you. I believe this robed figure is Athena herself before revealing her face, similar to how Balder was simply called the Stranger and Freya was called the Hermit Witch before their names were officially revealed. There is also a hidden cutscene of Atreus in his travels to other pantheons, walking with an individual called Mao or Mayu. And I don't know how to say this. It's MAU. It stands for monthly active user. No, I don't know how to actually properly pronounce this. If anybody knows, please try to tell me. It says here, there is also a hidden cutscene of Atreus in his travels to other pantheons walking with an individual called Mao. That's what I'm going to call it, Mao. This being communicates only by saying the word Mao, similar to how Groot speaks by saying, I am Groot. And people can understand what he's saying. Atreus apparently can understand what this person is saying through his godly gift of language. Mao is Egyptian for cat and is also one of the manifestations of the sun god Ra. Basically, just like the beginning of Ragnarok was hidden within the God of War 2018 files, this dialogue might be the beginning of the next game. The dialogue goes like this: Atreus, wake up. I think we're close. Mao, says Mao. Atreus says, hey, you insisted on coming along. Come on, let's have a look. Mao, says Mao. Atreus says, I hope you're right. Sounds like we found it. And then also you hear the robed figure say in Greek, the white snake will eat you. The robed figure then says, one failed us, one rejected us. Athena then says, we have a problem. Now, this data miner concludes, I believe the line one failed us refers to Odin and one rejected us refers to Atreus. Athena is part of a group of beings in the higher plane, which are the voices coming from the rift. Odin failed them and the mission they gave him to use the mask, and Atreus rejected them when he broke the mask. And that is the conclusion of the Reddit post. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga coming in. He drops another 5 member gifts for you. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to that, Corey. Thank you so much. We know why you do it.
I'm no hero.
He does it for the boss.
Never
Boss,
was.
hang in there. We're already at 10
Never
members.
will be.
Guys, I'm going to sweeten the deal just a little bit too. If we hit 25, I'll drop 5 member gifts, okay? So, Corey, thank you so much for another 5 gifted for the community here. And yeah, this is some very, very interesting information. I need to figure out. Yeah, I want to say the name like Meow. That's why I'm leaning towards it being pronounced as Mao, because it almost sounds like a cat going meow. It's MAU. And this is where there seems to be a direct link to the Egyptian pantheon. But what's so interesting about, again, I need to emphasize what makes this so interesting and definitely worth covering is that this stuff was found in the files of God of War Ragnarok. And this person who discovered it was the same person who actually discovered the intro sequence to God of War Ragnarok in God of War 2018's files. And I think that this is a very big deal because it confirms, I think, a few things, right? It confirms a couple of things that we've been hearing from the likes of Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson has been giving us little bits and pieces of information, nothing too significant, but enough to kind of riff off of, right? Where he says God of or Kratos in the next mainline God of War game is going to use a Kopesh, I think is what it's called. It's like an Egyptian curved sword. But then he also says he's also going to use a scythe. And there have been these kind of like hints that yeah, the next God of War is going to visit the Egyptian pantheon. But this has been in the mix of everything else regarding like Cory Barlog's new game, where we still don't know what that game is. We don't know if that's just the next God of War. Everything we've been hearing seems to indicate it's actually something different, just maybe something that takes place in the God of War universe. This to me might indicate that we're not getting it in a standalone Atreus game. I'm a little bit unsure here because if these things are in the files and it is in fact the beginning of the next game, unless we're looking at some kind of situation where this is Atreus right after Ragnarok, right? He says goodbye to Kratos because he wants to go on his own journey. He wants to go. What is it that Atreus said he wanted to do? He wanted to find the giants. And he in doing that is going to go to all these different pantheons. This robed figure, not sure who it is. This cat being that clearly is derived from the Egyptian pantheon, and then you throw Athena in there. And to me, Athena being like, I guess you could say the big main villain here, where she's not done, right? She's not finished with Kratos or Atreus. I almost wonder if this sets up a situation where what we could be looking at is the beginning potentially of Cory Barlog's next game, where Cory Barlog's next game is a Atreus game. And in this game, you explore all these different pantheons and you're doing all this crazy stuff as Atreus. But then maybe by the end of that game, this is just, I'm in pure speculation town right now. By the end of that game, maybe something happens. He's in a bad spot. And then enter the next mainline God of War where you play as Kratos. Kratos, finds out what's going on. Then Kratos has to go rescue him. And that's what that whole game is about. And then Kratos is going to all these pantheons. And it ain't going good. He's fighting gods again. He's tracking down Atreus. I have no idea if that's even remotely the direction that it's going to go in. But it's just fascinating to think that these things are in the files, man. And could you imagine how differently people would have felt about the ending of Ragnarok in terms of speculating what's going to happen next if this was at the very end of the game? YouTuber Captain Cuba has an interesting idea that Athena and the higher realm existence will draw from the Gnostic belief system, which would be cool to see be implemented in a video game. That would be amazing. That would be incredible. I love that idea. Oh man, that would be so cool. I hope that's actually what they're doing. Yeah, man. One of the things, and I wanted to highlight this as well. The timing of all this is interesting. I mentioned earlier how insider Tom Henderson has been giving us a bunch of information about the type of weapons that Kratos is going to use. One of the things he also said more recently, though, is he said, yes, Kratos is going to wield a scythe in the next God of War game. But he also said that he might be returning to Greece as well. Even though it seems like he's going to be visiting the Egyptian pantheon, and that's going to play a major role in the next game, he also says he might be returning to Greece as well. And, this is kind of the information he's been told. And then not too long after that, we get this information that comes directly from God of War Ragnarok where, like, Athena's still there. And Athena seems to be indicating that, yeah, the problem is Odin failed. Odin failed his mission that was, I guess, given to him by Athena. That's the assumption based off of this text. And then, Atreus broke the mask and said, "No, I'm not doing any of that." Watch his videos about God of War. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check out some of his content. It's been a little while since I've seen it, but I imagine he's putting out more content now that we're getting all this juicy information about the God of War franchise and also announcements as well. You're saying Kratos with a scythe, Greece and Egypt sounds epic. It really does. Sorry. It really does sound amazing. The big thing here that I'm still just really struggling with in terms of, I guess, deciding on how I feel, not how I feel, but where I stand on, like, what do I think is going to happen where we have a Cory Barlog game coming, but then we have another mainline God of War game. And then we have this. I mean, I proposed a theory, I think it was yesterday, because it just kind of hit me. I'm like, wait, what if Cory Barlog's game is a Faye game?
I hope I can top Rycrit, Ferd 90, Ghetto God, and Gaming Serve. You're just JKIT all fun for our songs to more influential. Look, I chat in Discord.
Oh, okay. Perfect Image. You have an AI song. Okay. Well, listen, if we hit our goals today, Perfect Image, at the end of the stream, I'll check out your song. All right. Thank you, man. Yeah, Rich Rod and Gaming Survivor set the bar pretty high with this AI slop. Well, here's what I'm starting to think, Muffin. You're saying, I wonder what mythology he would end up fighting after Egypt. What if they are doing more than one pantheon in a single game? Or, like, maybe it'll be a new trilogy, but it's going to be set across multiple pantheons. I could see that happening. And I think the fact that this leak, this data mine leak, indicates that Atreus has been traveling across multiple pantheons. I mean, that's kind of significant, right? We know that Kratos has too. Apparently, Kratos already did visit Egypt once before. So there's this kind of lingering sense of it's going to be bigger than just Greece. It's going to be bigger than just the Norse pantheon. It's going to be multi-layered, potentially over the course of a new trilogy. But this is why I'm so curious. I am so curious about Cory's game, man. Every time we talk about God of War, I can't help, because it brings that blue box nature out of me, where it's like, what is it? What's in the box? Cory, what's in the box? Tell me. Because recently, another insider, although I don't know how relevant he's been these days, but Special Nick, apparently he knows what this game is. And he said on Twitter, it's not an Atreus game, but he put Atreus in parentheses. And I initially read it as, okay, well, he's saying it's not an Atreus game. We have Shinobi 602 responding to somebody saying, I think it's an Atreus game, saying, are you sure about that? And my mind immediately went to, it's not an Atreus game. It's going to be another character. And I thought, oh, it's going to be a prequel starring Faye, Kratos' wife, and Atreus' mom. That's what it's going to be. But then multiple people were pointing out that these insiders are rejecting it, saying it's not an Atreus game, or saying, are you sure about that? Because it's going to be a Loki game. And I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, technically, they're not lying when they say it's not an Atreus game, it's a Loki game. Loki goes. Atreus remains. Kratos told us. Kratos straight up told us at the end of Ragnarok. But the reason why I was thinking about a Faye game was because if Cory Barlog were to make a dedicated game based on another character outside of Kratos, outside of Atreus, that would feel very different and unexpected. A prequel Faye game would absolutely fit that bill. And I'm still leaning towards a Loki game. I'm still leaning towards that, but I'm not discounting the idea of a Faye game being a possibility. Because if you think about it, all throughout God of War 2018, and especially God of War Ragnarok, there's so much like lore about Faye, which makes sense because you do meet her in Ragnarok in flashbacks, but there's like all these stories told about how she was like a warrior and how Kratos met her and all the people she knew before Kratos even arrived. And you can kind of see how it sets up the real potential for a Faye game that's set before the events of God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. And it would feel very different. But the only thing that I guess maybe kind of messes that up a little bit is the implication of a Faye game is that you're still going to run into a lot of the same characters you came across in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and a lot of the settings are going to be the same, right? That doesn't sound like it would feel like a new IP. And I think people would look at something like that and be like, that feels like an expansion of some kind, not necessarily like a full blown new game that was in development for 6 or 7 years. So I'm not entirely sure. Uh, Obviously, what it's going to be, I don't know. I have not been in contact with anybody. I'm not an insider. I don't seek out information like that, but I have no idea. Like, there isn't a single thing I've come across that tells me like that's what it is for sure. All I know is that there are many different insiders that all seem to know what this game is. Nobody is willing to. It seems like most of the insiders who know what this game is are being asked not to spoil what it is, to not say what the game's going to be. It isn't God of War. No, that's something else too. Is like, there's that continued conversation of, are we sure Cory isn't just working on the next mainline God of War? And I mean, sure, like it could be, but that flies directly in the face of what Jason Schreier said. And Jason Schreier would not just say this stuff and be dead wrong about it. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't say it. Jason Schreier said that it's not a new IP, but it might feel like one. And I know I keep reiterating that, but that should tell you it's not just going to be, here's the next God of War. Because that's not what he's describing. So I'm still, I would say, leaning towards, especially after getting this information where, notice how this data mined information, Kratos wasn't involved. A Hercules game or Thor. Somebody did mention a Thor game. That would be pretty sick. But again, I think the problem with a Thor game is it's going to take place in Norse again. And for a lot of people, it's going to feel like, wait, we're still here? That's another reason why a Loki game makes more and more sense. Because if we go off of this leaked information that was data mined, well, it's not leaked, but it was data mined. I don't think we were supposed to know about this. If we go based off of this, the idea of Atreus visiting multiple pantheons, and going on like this massive journey, or that's the implication, right? Here's what I want to point out about this. If you read this dialogue, if you read over, so Atreus says, "Wake up. I think we're close." Mao, his cat, I'm assuming it's his cat friend, you know, Mao is Egyptian for cat and is also the manifestation of the sun god Ra. So he has a cat. His cat replies by saying, "Meow." Atreus says, "Hey, you insisted on coming along. Come on, let's have a look." Meow. "I hope you're right. Sounds like we found it." So you had to ask, like, so this implies, like, first off, Angerboda's not there. That's pretty significant. He's got this new cat companion. And it also implies that he's been traveling, you know? And Titus comes in. Titus comes in and drops another 5 member gifts for you guys. He wants to keep the member train going today. He opens another 5-pack. Titus, bro, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll give you a, got that PS1 sound. Titus drops 5 more and brings us up to 15. So we are now just 10 away from hitting our goal. And like I said, guys, if we hit 25, I will drop 5 of my own. Okay. So thank you for that once again, Titus. Appreciate the support, bud. But yeah, I mean, this dialogue, the implication of it is that Atreus has been traveling. You like that soundbite, Titus? Good. He's been traveling and he's been looking for a specific, I would assume, pantheon. I think that's the greater implication here. And they've arrived. And he's talking to his cat companions like, "We did it." He's like, "You insisted on being here." And Kratos, I'm just trying to, like, you almost have to wonder if that's how the next mainline God of War game would open, right? If you look at the ending of Ragnarok, the ending of Ragnarok is, hey man, we got Kratos, he's going to be the new tier. And we have Bia Med coming in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bia Med comes in and drops 10 member gifts for you guys out of nowhere. I think you like the soundbite. Bia Med, thank you so much for that, man. He gets us to the 25 mark, and I am going to drop 5 more for you guys. So actually, I'll put that up to 30. And let's get some W's in the chat for BMed. Celebrating his birthday. Well, happy birthday, BMed. I appreciate that. You want to drop some member gifts for the community to celebrate your birthday. That's very selfless of you. I appreciate that, bro. It's very kind. I hope you're having a good birthday. Let me drop 5 more in the chat for you guys. Give me 1 second. There we go. So, boom. And guys, if we hit 50, I'll drop another 5. Okay. Doing a special today. The Sunday special. I'll drop another 5 if we hit 50. Okay. So thank you for the support. And I got to say, I'm impressed. See, boss, you see what happens when you're patient and relaxed? Boss, are you going to star in the next God of War? Is that what you've been trying to tell us this whole time?
Boast, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
All right, let's get him some treats. There you go. Don't inhale him, boss. Don't inhale him. All right. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the support. Oh, and hold on, let me get rid of that. Get that in here. There we go. If there is a game about Fae, is it going to be in the Vanaheim realm when she's fighting Thor? Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, if you imagine Corey does do a dedicated like Fae game, it's going to be a prequel no matter what. The assumption is Kratos and Atreus will have no involvement whatsoever. They could go like way back, you know? I mean, you would assume that it would take place during the events that are discussed over the course of Ragnarok, right? Like, here's what she did here and what she did there, and you learn more and more about her, and then you just logically would think if you make a Fae game, that's what you're going to experience. But they could do something totally different where it's like it is a Fae game, but it's like way back, like way back before any of the things that were discussed. You saying I'm muted? Damn, I've been muted this whole time. Well, actually, I don't think you're trolling because I see somebody has to let him know. SMGO. I don't know how to say your name. Just looks like a bunch of letters. He might think I'm muted, not realizing the sound isn't coming through on his device or whatever. He'll figure it out. But this wouldn't be a God of War game because she is no God of War. But that's the thing, right? Is like when you go back to what Jason Schreier says it's not a new IP, but it will feel like one. And I mean, I guess like, so if it is an Atreus game and they title the game God of Mischief, it's a Loki game. God of Mischief is the title. I mean, you could see how that fits right in that pocket of that's technically not a new IP because it's a known character set in an established universe. So it's not a brand new IP. But it's also clearly going to be very different from any of the God of War games we've gotten previously. So, Luna, you want some now too? So you could kind of see how it would make sense. You don't like that? You don't like the idea? Here you go, Luna. You're up next. Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. You're saying, bro, Xbox fans are devastated. That's the next topic once we're wrapped up with God of War. We're going to talk about more of what's going on with the Xbox situation. And I do want to mention this as well because I don't know if anybody's asked about it, but just in case you were wondering, there was some new information that came out over the weekend about Blue Point Games and their closure. And some people might be wondering why I'm not covering that today. That was an intentional decision because I actually just wanted to give it another day or two to see if we get any more info or if anybody chooses to corroborate it. But I do want to talk about it. I'm just putting that out here because, yeah, I talked about it on Twitter, but we got some very, if it's to be believed, we got some very interesting and revealing insight into that situation. So we will cover that tomorrow, as long as I'm able to stream tomorrow, assuming that I can take care of all the snow in a timely manner. We will cover that tomorrow. I just wanted to put that out here because Irfan, yeah, well, that's the thing. For some people, they trust the individual, others do not. To me, what's interesting about it is it's so extensive and a lot of what was discussed is like, yeah, I've heard that too, you know? So I'm more inclined to believe it, but I wanted to just wait to see if anything else came out in case. But it's one of those things, in my opinion, Irfan, that even if it's not true, it's interesting enough and plausible enough. That's the word, plausible. It's plausible enough that I think it might be worth kind of just briefly covering and, kind of trying to discern, like, does that sound like what could have went down, But we'll see. Maybe by tomorrow there will be more info on it. Luna's funny, man. She's funny. She makes it seem like she's dying for the treats. Sometimes she'll be the first one over. I'll pour out some treats. She'll eat like two and be like, I'm good. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, Irfan, we'll talk about that tomorrow. But I do want to wrap up this God of War discussion before we move on to the next one, by saying that I think this information that we're getting is probably the most telling information we've gotten so far. We've had many different leaks, many different rumors. We've speculated to the moon and back when it comes to the God of War series. But this is coming directly from the game files. This is something that Santa Monica did make and develop and was put into the game. Maybe at the last minute, they decided to not have it in the final product or the final version of the game we got. But this stuff is real and it's there. And, we do have to keep in mind that for as interesting and telling as it is, anything can change. There's a reason why they chose not to put this in the game. But it does seem to, at the very least, indicate that the intention with the end of God of War Ragnarok is, yes, Atreus is going on out on his own to specifically visit multiple pantheons. He has a cat companion that seems to hint at something Egyptian related, and Athena and a robed figure. We also don't know who the robed figure is, by the way. That's another big thing I didn't really talk about. I'm not like, if anybody has any guesses as to who that robed figure would be, um, let me know. But there's a robed figure that says one failed us, one rejected us, and then Athena says we have a problem. So is the robed figure going to be Zeus? No, it would have to be somebody else, right? But yeah, it's very, very interesting, man. It's a lot of movement going on. And there is one other thing I want to say here, actually. This does pertain to Blue Point Games and God of War. I just want to put it out here that it's obvious now, but one of the only things that has been recently confirmed outside of the next mainline God of War game and Cory Barlog's new game is the God of War trilogy remake. Bro, Ms. Biz, come on. Ain't no way. Could you imagine? Oh, man. Could you imagine? Ain't no way. Olympus, we have a problem. But I just wanted to say that I was speculating very, very heavily that Blue Point Games would be the one making the God of War remake trilogy, or at the very least, doing most of the heavy lifting for that. We now know that's not happening. So now we can say definitively that Santa Monica Studio will be the ones remaking the God of War trilogy. So what makes this so interesting, in my opinion, is, man, Santa Monica sounds like they have a lot going on in just one studio. They have the remake trilogy they're starting work on. Now they have, obviously, the next mainline God of War game. And then there's the continued mystery around Cory Barlog's game. Here's what I think. I'm going to give one more theory here, and then we're going to move on to talk about Xbox, okay? I think Cory Barlog's game is close to being done. I think Cory Barlog's game, whatever it ends up being, has been in development since like 2019, and it's went through a whole development cycle over 5-6 years, probably 7 years, but at this point, or by the time it comes out. And so I think because the project is in its final stages and it's wrapping up, I think that obviously a big team was working on this project. They're now going to need to start working on something else. And I think that's why Santa Monica is going to do the remake trilogy. I think basically what I'm trying to say here is I think the team that's making Cory Barlog's game is the team that's going to do the remakes. And I think there's a second team that ever since God of War Ragnarok shipped, that team has been working on the next mainline God of War game that will come a few years after Corey's game. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of my theory and what I think is going on at Santa Monica. It explains why they're letting us know the God of War remake trilogy is in very early development. It also explains, what Cory Barlog's development team would move on to next once they ship this new game. And so, yeah, that's what I think we're looking at. But I'm a little bit surprised. I have to say, I didn't think Santa Monica was actually going to be the one directly remaking it. But when you think about it, maybe that is the best way for them to go about it. I mean, if you want this God of War remake trilogy to be handled with care, and not to say that Bluepoint wouldn't have handled it with care, they would have, but if you want the best results, I guess is what I'm saying, coming directly from the source, I don't think this is not a bad way to go about it. And we have Orange Crush Gaming, a member for 69 months. Orange Crush Gaming, thank you so much for that long-term support. You're saying, as a person that never played the originals, I can't wait for the God of War remakes because 2018 and God of War Ragnarok are my favorite games. And yes, I feel very similarly. I loved God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. Those games are, I mean, genuine masterpieces, in my opinion. Um, I do have experience with some of the original games, but it's very minimal. And so when they first announced the God of War remake trilogy, if you go back to that state of play and they showed that trailer, I thought they were announcing a remaster trilogy. Like, oh, finally they're doing it. Like they're announcing they're doing God of War 1 through 3 remaster. It's going to come out at the end of this year or something. And so I was excited at that idea because it's like, okay, finally I can experience these games. But them deciding they want to remake them, I think is even better. And that does get me more excited because it's like, yeah, man, if you guys want to take it all the way, even though it'll take longer and we'll have to wait longer for that to be done, I'm all for that. And I know that there's a big conversation about like what should they change, what should they not change. I trust Santa Monica Studio. I'm not going to, you know, if they want to make changes to the combat, if they want to make it closer to something like God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, I'm not going to be upset about that because I love those games. If they want to keep it exactly as it is, I'm not going to be upset about that either. I guess I'm just saying I trust Santa Monica Studio now knowing that they're the ones doing it for sure. Whatever they want to do, I'm on board with. I'll be there day one. I'm excited. And yeah, it's going to feel like my proper, true introduction to the original games. Irfin, you're saying we're not done with Norse. We know for a fact that Forseti is still out there. He's mentioned in the game multiple times and never shows up. Thor's daughter, too, is out there with his hammer. Who blew the horn? Odin, too, isn't gone. Remember the game's ending. The Raven. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right, man. I think I got to brush up on some of this stuff because, yeah, I keep talking as if the Norse pantheon is just kind of, you know, oh yeah, that's done, right? We're never be spoken of again, but there seemingly are quite a few loose threads. Clark, would you like some treats? Wait, did Clark eat treats? Can somebody I need my viewers to tell me who ate the treats cuz I know there was leftover treats. Who did? Okay, so all right. So they all got. Well, I'll give you just a few more, bro, if you want them. Just a few more cuz I totally missed that. I didn't see him up there. You want over the shoulder for the remakes? David Jaffe said there was a lot of content that was cut from the original games because the technology wasn't there at the time. That could be added now. That would be really interesting. Yeah, that would be really cool. And you could see them doing that, right? If they're doing full blown remakes, now's the opportunity. You don't. So Dillo says, I want over the shoulder. But then Muffin says, I don't want over the shoulder. I mean, yeah, it goes back to what we were saying. Why not both? Right? Give an option for both. But yeah, I think that's where I will conclude the God of War talk for right now, just because we've been talking a lot about God of War. And, you know, it seems like we're in for a year of many different announcements as well as more leaks and rumors for God of War. So I'll keep you guys updated. Clark, be careful, man. I don't want you to. I don't mind you being up here, but I don't want you to knock anything over. Guys, we are going to move to the next topic here. Before we do, though, please do me a favor if you haven't. Take a moment and hit that like button. We're sitting at exactly 100 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. I want to see if we can get a big push to maybe get to 200 likes would be great. 150, I think, is more realistic right now. So let's push for 150 likes. And we are going to talk a little bit more about Xbox here because we have some info to go over. Let me just get rid of some of these tabs here. Okay. So, few things to cover with the Xbox side of things. Number one, in case you missed it, I'm pretty sure none of you here missed it, but just in case, Phil Spencer is retired. He is no longer the head of Microsoft Gaming. He's no longer the head of Xbox. And he's retired effective, well, tomorrow. So he's done at Microsoft. He's been there for 38 years. Can't say it's a shocking announcement after 38 years. I mean, that's more than a career. But also Sarah Bond left, and we actually do have a statement from Sarah Bond. So she broke her silence. We're going to go over that. And they announced a new CEO of Microsoft Gaming. It is Asha Sharma. She is the head of AI at Microsoft. So it seems like Satya Nadella pretty much handpicked her to now run the Xbox division and the gaming division. And Matt Booty is still there. He's like second in command for Xbox and Microsoft Gaming. So he reports directly to Asha Sharma. Now, there's just been some really interesting things happening ever since this woman was announced to be taking Phil Spencer's spot. I don't know why I said this woman. Like, that just sounded unnecessarily aggressive. Since this AI executive, I guess is the better way to put it. But she's on Twitter, and she has been interacting very heavily with the gaming community. And we're going to cover some of that. It seems as though there's somebody running her account, or she's using an AI or something. I don't know. It's really weird. We're going to go over it. Sarah Bond also got fired. Her last tweet says enough. She didn't know. What was her last tweet? Yeah, I didn't see that. Is that aggressive? It just felt a bit aggressive. I don't know why I said, like, this woman. Did you find info on Sarah Bond's resignation? I do have it up. So we should start there because we assumed that she got fired, right? Well, actually, before I read what Sarah Bond said, I want to play this clip very quickly. I put this on Twitter. This is Greg Miller of Kind of Funny Games, and he is pretty much confirming that, Phil, in case you had any doubt, Phil Spencer was fired. He did not plan to announce his retirement. So this is what Greg Miller had to say.
Was not planned. I don't think this was. I've been past, again, back to me. This is the newsroom. We're getting phone calls. People are moving up. I've been past something that, again, reiterates to me. I'm not going to read it, but like reiterates of like, oh, no, this was not planned. No,
yeah, 100%.
Well, I mean, people are still debating in the. I'm
That's
saying,
crazy.
Chad, if you trust us, what I'm seeing, I'm saying this was not planned. Was not.
So I thought that this was worth briefly mentioning because, you know, we were talking about this the day the news broke, and it seemed unlikely to me that he was planning to retire. It seemed very much like he was fired, right? Because of how abrupt it was, where it's not like, again, somebody like Phil Spencer announcing his retirement. That wouldn't be surprising, especially knowing he's been with Microsoft for 38 years. But basically hearing that Phil's retired effective now. He's retired right now. You know, it's like that's not, forced to retire. Yeah, it's a polite firing is what it is. But that's also not surprising, I think. I think a lot of us kind of felt that was coming. Maybe even Phil. I'm sure Phil probably could feel it coming as well. But we have a statement, I believe, from Sarah Bond. So it says here, coming from WCCF Tech, following the publication of this article, the original article was just announcing Phil Spencer's retirement and Sarah Bond's departure. Former Xbox president Sarah Bond has shared her statement she sent internally within Xbox and Microsoft on her personal LinkedIn account. Notably, she mentions that her decision to step away comes at a time when she feels she has completed the commitment she made 4 years ago to help lead Xbox through the post-Activision Blizzard acquisition transition. So here's what she said. When we announced our intention to acquire Activision Blizzard in 2022, I committed to helping lead Xbox through what would be a critical period of change. Over the past 4 years, we've navigated that moment together and positioned the business for what comes next. With that, I've decided this is the right time for me to take my next step, both personally and professionally. We're living through a transformative technological era that will shape the next generation of our industry, and I'm energized by what's ahead. This moment also presents a unique opportunity for fresh eyes and new leadership to guide the team into its next chapter. Bond continues by lending her support to Asha Sharma, repeating the sentiments of her former colleagues and Sharma's, quote, deep commitment to our players, developers, and brand. She also adds that Xbox deserves someone like Sharma, who has a strong track record of building and scaling platforms that the world uses. Similar to Phil Spencer, Bond confirms that she'll remain in an advisory position to continue aiding Sharma through this transition. She concludes by thanking Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella for their trust in her, and specifically thanks Spencer for his mentorship, and by reflecting on 3 questions she carries with her work each day. Did I bring my best? Did I help someone else succeed? Did I do my best work? And hopes that those she worked with would answer yes. So I do think that it's interesting that this is coming a little bit later. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe she was told to like wait, you know. But yeah, I mean, I feel like when I look at this holistically, it's just very difficult for me to believe anything other than Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond were fired. You know, they were politely fired, but it's like, you guys are not in charge here anymore. And it does very much come off like this new Xbox CEO was, again, handpicked by Satya Nadella. I don't think Phil Spencer had a say. I don't think Sarah Bond, obviously, had it. I think if Sarah Bond had a say, it would have been, I'm going to be the CEO of gaming now, right? All right, come on, Clark, chill. What are you doing, man? All code for Xbox gaming as a whole is going to become something that she isn't 100% behind and doesn't want to be the face of it when the backlash happens. And yeah, I want to talk about that, Scissor Man, because that's what's interesting to me. If you look at the new CEO of Microsoft Gaming, if you look at her Twitter, and more specifically, you look at the way she's engaging. Come on, Clark. You're gonna get down. You look at the way she's engaging with the fans. Oh man, like it. It's weird. It's weird because she's doing, like, I would say what Phil and others have done, but she's doing it as if she's been here the whole time. Kind of like, I don't know. She's very much giving off the energy like, how do you do, fellow kids? You know, like fellow gamers. It's very much giving that energy, and I think that people are starting to kind of pick up on. Are you just saying these things? And it's like, yeah, probably. Like, I don't even think she's the one saying it. She probably has a PR person with her. Grooven, you're saying, bro, you are literally spreading misinformation concerning Phil Spencer. He was planning on retiring since last year, sir. I'm not spreading misinformation, Grooven. No, I'm I'm putting out there what should be obvious to you and literally everybody else. Listen, man, if you really want to believe that Phil Spencer woke up Friday morning and said, I'm retiring today. Team, let everybody know I'm retiring today. Okay? I'm done. If you think that's what happened, I mean, sure, think what you want. But, I mean, come on, man. Like, what do you, like, what? If you don't believe me, that's fine. I understand, like, if I'm the person saying Phil was fired, people are going to be like, I don't believe you, MBG, because I don't want to believe you. I don't want to hear it from you, MBG. Fine. But you have somebody like Greg Miller. He's coming out here and he's saying, like, I've been informed. Like, I've talked to multiple people. Phil was not planning on retiring. Like, this was not planned. The way in which it happened. And it's like, of course it wasn't. And again, man, like, look, we need to have these conversations. I know that there are times I go off the deep end and I get wrangled up. So Phil's lying. Yes, he is. He has to. This is where I think, people need to be a little bit more mature about these situations in the sense of Phil has been a business executive for most of his career. He knows how these things go. If you go read his post on Twitter, at no point does he say, I got fired or I'm not allowed to do this anymore. Because if he says any of those things, like, dude, he's going to get in a lot of trouble, man. Like, he has to leave with this. He has to leave dignified. That's how this goes. Same thing with, Sarah Bond. And the most important reason for that is because, well, these people, especially Sarah Bond, because she's younger, they're going to be looking for other career opportunities. I think, it's safe to say Phil's going to still look for things to do in the industry. It would
So
not be a good look on his part.
Same but different? We knew Phil was planning on retiring.
It would not be a good look on his part. And the same can be said for, like, Jim Ryan and others and Shuhei Yoshida. Like, it doesn't look good on their part. Like, look at Shuhei Yoshida. Shuhei Yoshida is a perfect example, by the way, of, like, dude, that guy, let me tell you, like, that's a person who. Wait, Sarah Bond is 50? What? Shuhei Yoshida is a person that clearly had been given some, difficult. I don't know if demotions is the right word, but, he was kind of pushed aside. I mean, he flat out said, like, I had the option to either work with indies or leave. And truth is, both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond were probably offered different positions. At least if I had to guess, they were probably offered some type of position in Microsoft or in gaming, but not a leadership role, you know? And it's like you can either take that position or you can leave. And they both clearly chose. Phil said, "All right, well, I'm retired." And Sarah Bond said, I'm going to go. I'm not here. I know I put out like an inflammatory video yesterday, but you know, if I'm just being realistic, being mature about it, I'm not here to say that this is the beginning of the end for Xbox, right? There's a lot of things to be said. We don't know the answers. I think the question is one of confidence. The question is, if you are somebody who pays attention to the Xbox brand, who's especially invested in the Xbox brand, or who cares about it, the question is, how confident are you that this will be a good thing, that this will yield better results than what you've seen thus far with the leadership of Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond?
To the haters, if Phil wasn't fired he would have got a cookie like the old Sony CEO. At least he got a party and cookie. Phil got chew up and spit out.
And the old cookie, the old Jim Ryan cookie. Walroy, by the way, thank you for the $2 tip. Saying, so was Jim Ryan fired? Same but different. We knew Phil was planning on retiring. I think the difference of it, like, I mean, I'll be honest, man, whether Jim decided to retire or got fired, I'm just glad he did. Either way, like, I'm just glad that he got his retirement either way, because it was pretty clear that after the live service thing, like, somebody else needed to come in, although it's hard to, I mean, but then Herman also gets to stay. So it's like, I'm not sure what's up with that. I'll tell you what, the fact that Herman stayed tells me Jim Ryan didn't get fired. The more I think about that, the more I'm like, Jim didn't just do what he did alone. You know, Herman was hugely responsible for that too. And they're like, yeah, you could stay. I'm like, maybe Jim didn't. I mean, I want to point out that Jim Ryan was able to still make decisions for 3 months. That to me indicates that Jim Ryan was not fired in the way that we thought he was or wanted to assume. They gave him a going away party or retirement party, and they literally printed cookies with his face on it and gave him a special PS5 and allowed him to make decisions for 3 more months. I think that combined with the fact that Herman Holst was not fired and actually promoted temporarily, indicates that I think Sony really liked what Jim Ryan did. You know, there's not much there that tells me they wanted him out. In case you're wondering, by the way, we've seen how Sony handles people that they don't want anymore. Do you know what Phil's retirement reminds me of? It reminds me of what we saw with Sean Layden. Sean Layden Sony announced Sean Layden's departure in a single tweet. And then that was it. He was never, from that point forward, it's like, you're gone. You're not a part of Sony PlayStation anymore. Now, keep in mind, Sean Layden was like a pivotal figure for PlayStation for like the entire, I mean, he was there for 30 years. So he was a career employee, but he also was, you know, a public figure for PlayStation. And they were just like, thanks, Sean. See ya. He's gone, guys. Anyway, here's Jim. So I'm pointing that out because we know how Sony will handle individuals that they don't want there anymore. They'll literally just be like, you're gone. And that's because that's how all corporations are. It's not just a Sony thing. And that's it. The fact of the matter is, Phil's exit is much closer to Sean Layden's exit than it was Jim Ryan's. You know? And so that's why, at the end of the day, I don't really know that it matters too much, because it doesn't matter if Jim Ryan retired or not, or if he was fired. What matters is Phil was fired. Phil was told you're done. And same with Sarah Bond. Just like Sean Layden was told, you're fired, you're done. And that's because that's the nature of the corporate world, man. You think Phil Spencer could be sick? Well, of course he could be sick. And hopefully that's not the case, you know? I mean, dude, that would be a twist, a very sad one. That would be the saddest twist if it's like, no, actually the reason why his retirement wasn't planned is because he's very sick. That would be just depressing. So I hope it's not anything like that. In this case, just getting fired and being told you're done would be the better option. But yeah, hopefully it's nothing like that. Just like when we saw with Sean Layden. What was interesting, and I suspect we might see something similar with Phil, where Sean Layden, after he was let go by Sony, I mean, he still was all over the place, man. He was giving interviews, he was on advisory boards, he was, but if you notice, the one thing Sean could never really do is talk about what happened too explicitly. Because, in these situations, these people are made to sign, very significant NDAs that could get them in a lot of legal trouble if they ever spill the tea, Hellbounder saying no big company says their CEOs are fired. They always say they retire or step down. Yeah, or something else. Yeah. And that's the thing is it's like, dude, the reality is there's no world in which Microsoft announced Phil Spencer's fired. Get him on the show. He'll come. Yo, how crazy would that be, Irfan? My first ever interview, Phil Spencer. Who the hell is Matt Booty? He has been in charge of Bethesda more recently, but he was in charge of Xbox's first party for a while. He's kind of been all over the Xbox division, but now he basically took Sarah Bond's position. Bad to the Bone 93, a member for 15 months, says MBG, Phil Spencer was ditched about 10 years too late. Most of his run was a huge flop. I do agree with that. Outside of, I would say, I think the backwards compatibility stuff he did was really good. That was some of the best stuff that Xbox ever did. So good on him for that. But yeah, I think the thing about Phil that I will always have to be honest in is that I do agree. I think his run was unsuccessful. Just broadly speaking, if I had to give just a complete review from his time taking over as the head of Xbox to where his retirement is now, I would say it's been unsuccessful. But I also believe that there was no possibility of it ever being successful because of the position he had to take over, where it's like, what could he have done differently to turn the Xbox One around and make it a competitor to the PS4? Unfortunately, the only thing he could have done was not a possibility, which is you need better games from more talented studios. And you could argue that that's where they are now, where they have all of ABK, they have all of Bethesda. But I think in the case of Phil Spencer's run, it's too late now. It's too much. That level of investment comes with a complete shift in direction. And yeah, the entire run that was the Xbox One going into the Xbox Series, I just think the only way it could have been successful is if Phil Spencer was able to make the Xbox console competitive with the PlayStation console again. And I don't think it was for lack of trying. I just think that everything he and his team tried outside of the backwards compatibility thing just did not work. I think it was just too little too late. Where it's by the time Xbox as a company, as a brand, realized we need better games, Sony was years removed from games like The Last of Us, the Uncharted trilogy. They have games like Bloodborne and Horizon Zero Dawn, and Ghost of Tsushima, and Death Stranding coming, and God of War 2018. And, you know, having a realization that you need better games when your competition realized that basically like a decade ago and has been spending that last decade building those games to take you out, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to say you're in a position to fail, undoubtedly, without some kind of miracle occurring. And there was no miracle in the case of Microsoft. It was just pure, we are going to remain relevant in this industry by opening our wallet and buying publishers. So things that were always going to be multi-platform, we own now. That money's flowing into our pockets. And even then, they're still struggling to make it profitable, which is the most shocking part. So from Microsoft's perspective, Phil didn't probably, I don't want to say he didn't do anything good, but like the end result, again, I just need to remind people, and this is why you have to be, this is why without being too hyperbolic about it, it's like, should you be worried about the new Xbox CEO? The answer is yes. Why? Because you need to have an understanding of what Microsoft's CEO wants. The CEO is the one who handpicked this new person. And there's a reason he picked the person that's coming from heading up their AI division. And there's a reason why Phil was let go and Sarah Bond was let go. And that reason is because look at the results. The results, as I continue to highlight, are Microsoft not happy with the fact that every one of our divisions is doing well and profitable except for the Xbox division. And that's after we made like an $80+ billion investment. That's after we increased the price of Game Pass. That's after we increased the price of our console. That's after we started shipping all of our games on PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. We're still not profitable. And that right there is why I think you can't, no matter how confident you want to be in this new leadership that Microsoft appointed for their gaming division, you can't feel too good about it because the writing is on the wall in front of you, me, and everybody else. And it's that, is Phil leaving on a high note? No. Phil's leaving after having to, all right, I'll put it to you this way. Why do you think Phil Spencer was the one under his watch, right? Now we're going to increase Game Pass by 50%. Was that Phil? No. Well, yes and no. No, in the sense that clearly he wasn't the one who wanted to make that decision, but he was told, you're going to do this. Like, Phil had to be the scapegoat in the end. It's just, it comes with the territory, man. It comes with the job. So, Narcand, you're saying, hey, BG, what was the reaction for Phil Spencer stepping down as Xbox CEO? Who's Phil's successor? The new Xbox CEO. The reaction has been a lot of surprise because of how abrupt it is. The successor is, her name is Asha Sharma, and she was the head of Microsoft's AI division. She is now the head of Microsoft Gaming. That's not true, Grooven. You're saying, MBG, the only people that are worried about the next Xbox CEO are PlayStation fans. That's not true at all. Not even a little bit. In fact, I've seen more concern coming from Xbox players than anybody else. And that makes sense because they know. They know that the chances of things turning around at this point for the better, is looking slim. Doesn't mean everything will be bad, but there's a sense of this is the end, perhaps, in the air, or the beginning of the end. And I, as somebody who am looking forward to some Xbox games coming to PlayStation, I am a little bit worried I mean, I don't know what this woman's going to think of State of Decay 3. You know, she might be the one to say, I'm going to drop the axe on it. But I'm just saying there's a reason why all of these insane decisions that you would have never imagined Phil Spencer and his team making, such as we're going to increase the price of Game Pass by 50%. We're not going to have one, but two price increases for our Xbox hardware to make it so ridiculously priced that pretty much nobody's going to buy it. Oh, and yeah, we're also going to announce all of our games are going day one to PS5, even Halo. Now you can go, Phil. There's a reason why they had kept Phil on and Sarah Bond all this time to make these decisions that were considered, frankly, like blasphemous and just incredibly anti-consumer. Because imagine if they brought this Asha Sharma person in and then she was the one who made these decisions. No, that's not how this goes. These decisions are made very strategically, and they're done so, as you can see, if we'll go over this in a couple of minutes, but if you go to the new Xbox CEO's Twitter, she's having a good old time. She's out here high-fiving fans, being very personable, very human, talking about gaming, and I'm like, oh man, this is, dude, Microsoft is a scary corporation, bro. I mean, all corporations are scary, but to operate on this level where they're like, Phil, you will disgrace yourself, then you're free to leave. And so when we bring in our new blood, she looks great. She's clean. You have nothing on her. You don't bring in the new blood to announce a 50% price increase to Game Pass. You don't bring in the new blood to be the one to announce multiple price hikes for your consoles. You don't bring in the new blood to say Halo is dropping day and date on PlayStation 5. No. You get the old blood that's been with you for 38 years that you say, we will let you retire gracefully. You need to do what we're telling you. Okay? That's how these things work, man. It's nothing too shocking. You can kind of see that. Like, anybody who thinks that the decisions that have been made over the last year are decisions that Phil wanted to make and is like, yes. I want to remind you guys, January 2025, Phil Spencer did an interview where he was asked, what's the internal first-party Xbox game you're feeling most excited about? And he said it was, what's the name of that game? Everwild. 6 months later, Everwild was canceled. Do you think that was Phil? No, it was made clear over the last year and a half that Phil had no hand and no say in any of this. And his very unceremonious, you're out, here's the new person, it's a new era, that tells you everything you need to know. It's unfortunate, but it's the price a person pays where, listen, man, you took the job, you took the salary, you took all the perks that came along with it, but with the good, you got to be able to take the bad if it doesn't work out. And, Phil's a big boy. He knows. He's not new to this. Again, he's been watching this for the last 38 years. He's not new to it. And neither is Sarah Bond. So, it's not something people should feel bad about. Steelers with another $20 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, MBG, important to note that Phil Spencer deserves every bit of criticism, but no one was saving Xbox. It was clear from day one in the marketplace. They competed in exactly one generation, and that was a product of PlayStation pooping themselves. Yeah. That's one way to put it. That is one way to put it. Yeah, I actually agree completely with you, Steelers. It's like I said, the reason why Phil does deserve, just like Jim Ryan, just like Sean Layden, again, just like Shuhei Yoshida, this is not exclusive to Xbox. Okay? These executives that take these roles are getting paid extremely well. They are taken care of, okay? And they get some great perks. They deserve every bit of criticism that they get. You know, does that mean all the criticism is always fair? No, but that comes with the territory. That comes with the job. That comes with all the benefits. But I agree with you. The only thing that would have saved Xbox One and Xbox as a whole is if Sony really messed up in the middle of the PS4 generation, or excuse me, or stumbled again at the launch of the PS5. But those things didn't happen. And Sony, they stood firm and they did what they had to do. There was very few, stumbles. And Microsoft needed there to be more stumbles to capitalize on. It just wasn't happening. So, Steelers, thank you so much for the generous super chat, man. And we have Zanarkand with another super chat saying, MBG, never heard of her. I said the reason, oh, I'm sorry. I misread that, Zanarkand. My bad. The reason, not the reaction for Phil Spencer stepping down. Health reasons, been with the company too long, failure of Xbox. Well, that's the interesting thing about this conversation is if you go read Phil Spencer's post that he put out on his Twitter, it reads like, all right, guys, I think I've been here long enough. I think I've done enough. I think now's the right time to retire. But if you listen to the way Phil talked for the last year and a half, that's not how he was talking. People were pointing out that Phil over the last year hasn't really talked much at all. And the few times he did, he seemed very, like same way he always seems, very optimistic about the future of Xbox and all this stuff. But once all of these really terrible announcements started happening, where it's like, we're increasing prices, we're doing this, we're doing that, he kind of went dark. And no one really was like, do you remember when they announced the Game Pass price increase and they released a 5-minute video on it and it was just some random woman that nobody had ever seen before? That was probably not even a Microsoft employee, but hired to do the video. I mean, there were many signs that like Phil isn't really doing anything, So I don't think Phil was planning his retirement. I think Microsoft was planning Phil's retirement, and Phil knew that. That's what I think it was. So the reason I think is fairly obvious, Zanarkand, the reason is Microsoft allowed Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond to do what they did with the Bethesda and especially the Activision Blizzard acquisition and give them that much money to make that level of investment because they expected within a few years' time, this is going to make the Xbox division profitable. We're going to start seeing much better results. Multiple years have passed since both of those acquisitions have went through. Every stone has essentially been turned over. And that's the big thing, okay? Fired or not, every stone has been turned over to the point where you're now seeing in 2026 the latest Halo game launching day one on PlayStation 5, where you're seeing Playground Games reassure PlayStation players that, listen, we're not launching day one on PS5, not because we don't want to, but because we need a little bit more time to optimize. We would launch day one on PS5 if we were ready. Every stone has been turned over. They've given up on trying to massively grow Game Pass in favor of trying to further monetize the Game Pass subscribers that they have. So when every stone is turned over and the results come back that you're still in the negative, you're still not profitable. After $80+ billion in investment, multiple years to do more with that investment, After multiple price increases, after all of this, you're still not profitable. Yeah, you better believe the CEO, the CFO of Microsoft, Amy Hood, the board of Microsoft, they determined we need somebody else in here. We need to overhaul this. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Kawi Samurai says with a 10 pound super chat, with constant people dooming modern gaming, with constant let me try this again. With people constantly doing modern gaming's future, no growth, less and less kids playing single player or even on hardware, mostly mobile/tablets, etc. Do you see Microsoft going multi and AI as long term? And you say R fail. Well, I mean, kind of talking about the future of Xbox. Like I said earlier, nobody really knows. But if I had to give my best assessment of where I see it going, and some of what I say can pertain to the entire industry, but isn't this what you wanted, MBG? No. I mean, I'm not opposed to Microsoft bringing their games to PlayStation, but we're going to have that conversation in a moment, by the way. Could Microsoft return to exclusivity? We're going to talk about that. I think at this point, I would prefer that, truthfully. But I think right now, the future for Xbox, the future for gaming under Microsoft, I think, and this is probably a very pessimistic view, but it's one that's rooted in reality. Okay? I think in the next 5 years, you're going to see people that right now will tell you, I'm still committed to Xbox. I'm always going to be on Xbox. They will be off of Xbox. I'm not saying they won't play Xbox games. I'm not saying that Xbox won't still play some kind of role in their life, in their gaming life, but they will be probably somewhere else. And I think that will be literally because Microsoft put them there. They like pushed you there aggressively. And the reason I think that is because I believe this new CEO that's taking over, I don't think she's going to mess around. I don't. I don't get that vibe from her. I get the exact, like, I get the opposite vibe. Like, I think she has a nice big smile. I think she knows how to communicate. I think she's going to be the most cutthroat executive Xbox has ever seen. And Satya's going to be very pleased with the decision he made. And I think the shareholders are going to be very pleased with the decision he made. And I'm guessing in the next 12 months, the Xbox division is going to be profitable. It's going to look a lot better. The quarterly results 12 months from now are going to be very different from what we've been seeing for the gaming division. What that means for, the entirety of the Xbox division and everybody there, I don't know. But I get the sense that this woman this is going to be her career moment. And there will be no hesitation. There will be no hesitation. There will be there's and this is something else I want to point out. She doesn't have the weight on her that Phil does in terms of Phil, he grew with the industry. Like, Phil was involved in the games industry for over 30 years. This woman doesn't know the first thing about the games industry. So she's viewing it from a completely different perspective where she doesn't care at all. She has no emotional attachment whatsoever, like on a human level, to any of the things that anybody in gaming has right now. She's coming in as a total blank sheet of paper. And I think that's why I have the feeling overall that she's basically, I mean, she's like basically the Terminator, you know? That's how I view it. Is like, oh, she's coming in to do what Phil and Sarah Bond and all these people couldn't do because they, you know, like, we don't want to upset the fans. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. She's like, I'll do it. Oh yeah, no problem. What do you mean? Like, just business. Let's do it. Absolutely. And she'll do it with a smile. That personally for me, based off of everything I've read and the research I've been doing into this woman that's taking over, I'm like, yeah, I think she's not going to mess around. And you know, I think it's a lot of people are going to be like, oh, okay. Well then. Grooven, you're saying, bro, Microsoft has enough money to buy 4 Sony corporations in Japan. So all this doom and gloom, like Microsoft is going under. It's crazy work. No, Microsoft. Grooven, see, I don't understand where you're coming from with that. None of this is, no. They're going the opposite of under. They're going higher. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, people don't, some people, let me back up. Some people don't seem to understand that it's not about these companies going under. It's not about these brands suffering. Neither of those things are going to happen. It's about the casualties, the sacrifices that will be made. Earnestly.
We may be reading Herman Hulst's wrong cause him realizing that since he and Nashino have been appointed they've been killing these live service games immediately.
And we're gonna talk about that, Moonshot. We are going to talk about that because I have something to say about this live service situation. It's about trying to understand that growth, unfortunately, even for a company like Microsoft, because I want you to think about what you said, Grooven. You said Microsoft has enough money to buy 4 Sony corporations and Japan. And Japan in its entirety. And you don't see the problem. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't see the problem in, well, then why are they asking people for more money than they previously were? Because when listen, when I look at Microsoft's earnings and I see that the Xbox division is down 5%, hardware and services down services down 5%, hardware down 30%, overall revenue down 2%. When I see that, I'm like, I don't think that's a big deal. Personally, I'm like, yeah, it's fine, guys. Like, Call of Duty shit the bed. Some of the releases that they're putting out are not really that strong. Whatever. Like, it's fine. I'm not on the board of Microsoft, nor am I a Microsoft shareholder. To everybody involved on that level, that's such a problem for them.
Not trying to defend Herman, but Bluepoint may be an unforgivable casualty of this live service initiative that Herman seemingly isn't 100% on board with.
Perhaps Moonshot. Herman, is that you? Moonshot, are you secretly Herman Hulst? Maybe. I have to go over a couple things with you and the chat. And Kawi Samurai says, I mean, not just for Xbox, I mean, for the industry in general, we are the gamers now, but the new gen isn't buying or playing games. That's gaming in 15 years. Yes. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's difficult to not do specifically in this space. And by this space, I mean literally right now, like me and you, all you guys in the chat, those of us who come together, we want to discuss, we want to talk, we want to speculate, we want to cover what's going on. One of the things that's very hard not to do is think about the future. And when we think about the future, we try to base a lot of what our predictions are or our assumptions are on what we're seeing right now, right? And there is a high level of truth to what you're saying, what you're pointing out, that yes, the younger generation is not really buying consoles. The younger generation are playing very different types of games. The younger generation isn't really buying games. The data that we see year in and year out, especially over the last 6 to 7 years, starts to paint a very clear picture of where things are and where they're headed. And for a lot of us, it looks pretty bad. You know, it looks like, oh no, dude. And Steven Family Leon. Yo.
Holy shit.
Steven Family Leon comes in out of nowhere. He's like, I'm always here. I'm not out of nowhere. He's always here. He's always lurking in the shadows. Steven, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, Steven, for dropping 20 member gifts on the community. We need to see that 20-pack emoji. Thank you so much for that, man. And just like that, Steven Family Leon brings us to 50. And I told you guys I would drop 5 more memberships for you guys if we hit 50. So I'll have to do reps at the end of the stream now. Perfect Image. You'll also be happy to know that when we get to the end of the stream, when I go to do those reps, I'll be sure to play your song. So thank you for that, Steven. And let me drop 5 more for you guys before we continue this conversation. There we go. Awesome stuff. So thank you guys so much for all the support. Thank you guys for dropping member gifts. Those of you who are dropping super chats and direct donations, really, really appreciate it. As we continue this conversation, do me a favor, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're sitting at 136 likes. Let's see if we can get that to 150. I believe we can. Maybe by the end of the stream, we can push to get to 200 likes. It really helps the streams more than you know. So very good, guys. Very good. Thank you for dropping those member gifts. And we have a super chat from, I'm just a little bit behind on the chat. FireRock277 says, donating for a shout out for Little Big Planet 4. Hope it happens one day. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, Little Big Planet 4. I mean, you do have to kind of wonder why Media Molecule, after all this time, still hasn't pitched a Little Big Planet 4. And we know that I think all the founders, unfortunately, of Media Molecule are no longer there. So, I mean, it could just be that those who are now in charge at Media Molecule, they want to just do something else. But we do know that Sony licensed out the Sackboy, Little Big Planet IP to, I forget the name of the studio. They're a pretty prominent independent studio that does a lot of licensed work. Does anybody remember they did Sackboy: A Big Adventure? I just forget the name of the actual studio. Sumo Digital. Thank you, Johnny Gaming. Yeah, Sumo Digital, Sony gave that to them, right? So I guess what I'm going to say to that is there is still a possibility that Sony would be willing to license out a Little Big Planet 4 to a studio that wants to make it. But I don't know if that's in the cards, But yeah, man.
Xbox is essentially the WNBA of Microsoft. Nothing but lose money and MS has to keep them alive. Just like WNBA, Xbox needs to bow down to real a console.
Well, Rich, I think you're going to find this next conversation in regards to the new Xbox CEO interesting. That's an interesting analogy and comparison. So I've been telling you guys that the new CEO of Xbox, Asha Sharma, she has been responding. I'm assuming it's her. It's her. It seems like it's her personal account. She's been responding to fans. Okay. And she responded to one fan that said, "Hi, Asha Sharma. As the new Xbox CEO, I hope you understand how important exclusive games are and how games like Halo, Forza, Gears, Fable created an identity for Xbox and its players, becoming a key point for Xbox's success. Xbox games must be only on Xbox." And she actually responded to this person by saying, "Hear you."
Bro, I'm in such a weird spot after what happened with Bluepoint in that state of play. I've never been more happy and angry with PlayStation at the same. Stopwatch emoji.
That's how they get you, Moonshot. That's how they get you. Sony wants you to be in a state of disarray. They don't want you to know how to feel. They want you to feel angry, happy, sad, confused, elated, all at the same time. Why? I don't know. There must be some kind of crazy marketing tactic behind it. There must be something behind it. I have no idea why they do this. I do agree with you, though. It is kind of whiplash. It's kind of whiplash, the idea of they're doing, their best state of play ever, and then almost immediately after, they're like, we're going to make a decision that's going to very, very, very much upset PlayStation fans. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust the gain of my microphone here. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, Moonshot, I totally feel you, man. You're not alone in that. Definitely not. But the new CEO of Xbox seemingly responded to a fan's plea for exclusivity, to bring exclusivity back. And this caught the attention of quite a few people. But if we go check her Twitter account, she only has 2 posts on her account. The first one says, "Today I begin my role as CEO of Xbox. Here are my commitments. Number 1, great games. Number 2, the return of Xbox. Number 3, future of play." And she links the Microsoft blog post. The second post she put out, which is crazy, is top 3 greatest games ever. Why? Go. So she is straight up like putting out posts that like I would put out on Twitter as the CEO of Xbox, asking you to list your top 3 games of all time and to tell her why. But what's interesting is she has responded to a lot, and people have compiled all of her responses. And I'm not saying it is, because I don't know, but people are suspicious that she's just using like an AI to respond to this stuff. But she says here, somebody says, "Engagement bait style post as the second post of this account. Please stop. This isn't LinkedIn. Post your gamer tag and what games mean to you. Let people get to know you. I know LinkedIn and AI bum chum circles work a little different from this, but please don't start." And she actually responded to this, which is crazy. Like, this is why, at the very least, I'm hoping that this new Xbox CEO can provide some interesting entertainment that we otherwise would not get from somebody like Phil Spencer. She actually responded to this person saying, she says, "I actually want to hear from all of you. No better place to do it." Okay. Somebody says, in my opinion, Valheim, the perfect survival crafting game. In my opinion, it's under 5 gigabytes. Quantum Break. I'm not trying to judge. I'm not trying to judge. You know what? Shout out to Quantum Break is one of his top 3 games of all time. That's a bold statement, my friend. Big Noise with the super chat says, I haven't played a single Xbox game on my PS5. Are you going to keep it that way? There's even more coming, dude. Are you planning on keeping it that way? That's the question. Oh, hold on, I need to get this out of here. And then he says Borderlands 2. Then Asha responds by saying, thanks, I will try Borderlands 2 today. Okay. I mean, I just feel like there's something about this that's a little weird. You get what I'm saying? Like, it feels a little too, I mean, that's cool. I get, like, what? Like, today. Yeah, not even the latest. I'm going to try 2. Okay. I mean, I guess, like, do we think she did? I laugh at the idea of, like, this is actually her responding to everything, and she did. She's like, I really am going to try this, guys. Like, it is funny to me to imagine that, like, this is all real. Somebody asks her, what are yours? Like, what are your 3 favorite games? She says, for me, it's Halo, Valheim, and GoldenEye. Okay, she says Halo. Don't pull a Jim Ryan on me. Don't pull a Jim Ryan on me. And when you're asked what game you're playing, you're like, oh yes, I'm playing the latest Sony exclusive Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and with using all the haptic feedback, like Halo. Of course, Halo's your favorite game. mm. Yeah, she meant today, bro. She meant today. Kawaii Samurai says, as a female, the whole she knows nothing, because she's a woman is cringe. Let me read that again. I read that horribly. As a female, the whole she knows nothing because she's a woman is cringe. It's 2026 MBG. Are we ever getting away from the sexism in gaming? I would hope so. And to be honest, I want to make it clear. This has nothing to do because she's a woman. The main reason I'm covering this, and I do want to make this clear just so there isn't a misunderstanding, her gender here is not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is that she has had no experience in the games industry as far as we are aware. So there's something going on here. She is either completely clueless about video games and the games industry, and she's trying very hard to make it seem like she's not, to try to win people over. Or she has no work experience in the games industry, no business experience. I mean, not work experience. She has no business experience in the games industry, but actually does game. Google her achievements, MBG, for F's sake. I guess I should do that. Yeah, hold on. I mean, to be honest, it's like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's like she games. She's young, you know? She's had multiple CEO positions, so you have to question, like, how much time do you really have to game? Let me see. Google her achievements. Okay, hold on. She did share her gamer tag. Let me see. Dude, this is incredible. See, this is kind of funny, though. See, this is what happens when you have to take over the role that somebody like Phil Spencer held, where Phil Spencer had a gamer tag. He like friended everybody, was playing games and stuff. Windows Central wrote up an article here saying newly named Xbox CEO Asha Sharma has shared her gamer tag. So what is she playing and why does it matter? What games did Asha Sharma play on Xbox? Oh, there it is, Borderlands 2. Oh, she did it. Bro, she did it. She wasn't dude. She did it. 1%. She unlocked, I think, one achievement. She actually did it. I can't believe it. I thought she was lying. All right, so it says when I opened Sharma's Xbox gamer card, she was actively playing Borderlands 2. An odd place to start in the series. You would know that if you followed her on Twitter. Hmm? Okay, I feel like I'm genuinely thrown for a loop. I was not expecting this. Dude, this is funny. This is actually funny. I love this. I'm not going to lie. If this is the whole PR thing they're trying to do, or if it's real, either way, I don't care. It's like, that's awesome. I wish Herman would do this right now. Herman, get on Twitter and start asking people what their top games are and start telling me you're going to play them. Maybe this is genius. Maybe Sony needs to be taking notes because this is how you win them over, people. This is how you do it. Fake or not. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. So she was actively playing Borderlands 2, an odd place to start in the series, as there were no other Borderlands games on her card, but hey, we all play our own way. At 59 minutes of playtime, Sharma had unlocked a 10 gamer score via a secret achievement, fired 342 shots, and landed 30 in-game kills to reach a max level of 2. It turns out that, so they do list it here. It turns out that her decision to start playing Borderlands 2 came from feedback on Twitter, where Sharma asked what people's top 3 games were. Somebody suggested Borderlands 2, and she said she would start it today. Current play session aside, I dipped further back into her player history to see what else Sharma had been up to. My own Xbox account highlights my play history leading back to 16 years and covers thousands of games. Former Xbox leadership Phil Spencer, who Sharma was succeeding, was a prolific collector of achievements with a rich gamer card that was a popular subject of discussion, among Xbox communities. Scrolling to the bottom, Sharma's very first achievement was unlocked in the Master Chief Collection and was aptly titled Your Journey Begins on January 15th of this year. From there, she unlocked a variety of achievements across Halo CE, Halo Reach, and Halo 2 multiplayer. Altogether, she completed 16 missions and played Halo for 13 hours and 3 minutes. She would later spend 18 hours on Halo Infinite and list Halo as one of her top 3 games on Twitter. Come on, man. Like, come on. We know this ain't real. I'm not trying to be that person because I hate that. I hate the gatekeeping and the like, well, you're not like in it like we are, bro. I'm not trying to be like that, but it's just, I don't like this idea. Like, I want to believe this. I want to believe that she is a gamer, okay? I would have more respect, ultimately, if she's like, actually, I just don't game. I'll try for the first time. I'm going to be the CEO of this gaming company. I'm going to try to get into it, but I don't game. It's just not what I do. Like you think I got multiple CEO positions by gaming? Like, I feel like this was done in preparation where like, okay, we got it. We got to have an account. I mean, look, is it possible that in the last 12 months, she just decided, I think I want to get into gaming now and play Halo? It's possible. It might be possible. I don't know. Anything's possible. But it really does read to me like, I don't think you are a gamer. And that's okay. That's okay. I think people are going to panic if they find that out. That's what makes it funny to me, is that I don't think it actually really is something that at this point in time would make, like, it would make a difference, but it's just funny to think that Microsoft understands, like, let's just be real about it. Microsoft understands how bad it's going to look if they just got rid of the person that's been in charge of Xbox for the past 12 years that is such a gamer that he actually like has befriended certain people in the industry and plays Destiny with them. To go from that to we replaced him with this person who's the head of our AI sector and has no experience in games. So it makes sense from a public relations perspective where it's like we should probably try to get her familiar with games and certainly try to convey that she is not a deer in the headlights when it comes to games. But I could be wrong, man. Maybe she like I'm not. She's young, so I imagine she's familiar with games, as in she knows they exist, and maybe she probably does know what Halo is, or she knows about PlayStation and Nintendo, Roblox. I'm sure she knows about this stuff. She probably plays Roblox. Just kidding. She probably doesn't. But I don't think it's one of these things where she's like an old, like if you got like a really old CEO in coming from a company that had you know nothing to do with video games, you might think they don't know anything. Like literally, they don't even know what video games are. It's not like that. And Stephen Leon with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Stephen. He says, "Bro, did you not see her interview? She stated that she creates AI to handle some of her tasks. The response sounds AI generated. Don't be fooled. AI slop is to come. Microsoft did not invest 80 billion in it to not leverage it. Actually, I did not watch her interview. Like, ironically enough, I've took a couple of her interviews to use as B-roll footage. I didn't actually listen to them. I didn't know she stated that. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? If you're the head of AI in Microsoft, you probably are integrating AI into your life on a very deep level. She has AI playing games for her. Confirmed. That's what it is. AI played the games, bro. Um, what else does the article say here, though? It says her next game was Cities Skylines Remastered. She spent 12 minutes with, unlocked 0 achievements. Minecraft fared better, where she at least opened her inventory and broke 10 blocks in the 2.5 hours that she played. Admittedly, she had more achievement success in Minecraft for Windows and Minecraft for iOS, where she managed to unlock 50% and 15% of her achievements, respectively. Okay, hold on. It says mega time sync games like Hogwarts Legacy, Diablo 4, and Forza Horizon 5 all found their way to Sharma's gamer card, but her highest achievement completion percentages were mostly in short burst indie darlings. She completed Firewatch to 100% on January 20th. Titles like What Remains of Edith Finch, Gone Home, and A Short Hike also had higher completion ratings, indicating Sharma may have a preference for emotionally charged narrative games. Charming City Builder, Townscaper was another quick burst compilation or completion. Sorry. Notably absent from Sharma's play history is Xbox's largest franchise, Call of Duty. She did dip her toes into EA Sports Madden NFL 26, though only for a whole 2 minutes, leaving it as the shortest played game on her card. All right. Well, I mean, all in all, if I had to guess here, like if I'm just being like as realistic as I possibly can be, because I don't really. I'll be honest, man. Like as somebody where I'm not confident in the direction of Xbox, this doesn't matter that much to me. But if we're trying to determine like is she a gamer or not, she's the CEO of Microsoft Gaming now. She's coming from being the CEO or being on the board of Home Depot, being a CEO of Instacart, and working as AI, Microsoft's top AI manager. Is she a gamer? I personally don't think she is. I think within the last year, I think her only getting into gaming within the last 12 months is suspect. I don't think it's a big deal. I think if it's one of these things where if you're going to take over a gaming sector and you now need to learn about games, okay, there's a lot to learn. get started, right? Makes sense. But I do think that what will be lacking here is, like I said, this idea that she knows this industry, she knows the expectations, she knows the norms, and she knows the ins and outs of how this industry works. I think from her perspective and probably from Satya Nadella's perspective, her not having this deep, rich history in gaming is actually going to be a benefit because it's going to be easier for her to make decisions without emotional attachment and without caring about, like, well, how are they going to react? She's going to be, it's going to be easier for her to make decisions where this is the business decision. This is the smart thing to do, you know? Um, But who knows? Maybe she'll get obsessed with gaming now and love it and become a super hardcore gamer, which would be interesting. But uh Kawi Samurai, you're saying it's getting parasocial at this point, LOL. I never knew or cared about any CEOs growing up playing games. I just played games. What have we become? I know, I'm ashamed. I am ashamed. It is weird. You're right. It is very weird. But I blame Phil Spencer. No, really, I do. I do. I don't think it's parasocial because of, like, I'll be honest, dude. Like, I would love if she just came out and was like, I'm not a gamer. I'm a businesswoman. That's why, and I'm hired to run this business. I'd be like, okay. It's concerning. Definitely concerning, but I respect it. Like, I can respect that. You know what I mean? We need to understand that we are not the ones who made this parasocial. Unfortunately, the reason why I'm even highlighting any of this is because this is Microsoft's forte. This is what they do. And I've been watching it for well over 15 years at this point, especially the last 10. And it's just cringe. It always has been. And I really don't care about it. Sony used to do this to a degree during the PS4 era, but then they just abruptly stopped with the PS5 era. Some people don't prefer that, others do. But the thing that I think is being established here, and this is kind of the point of it, right? Is like, I want to go back to what she said in response to the fan that was talking about exclusives. You have a very diehard, long-time, loyal Xbox fan saying, remember that games like Forza, Halo, Gears, Fable, this is what defined Xbox. Xbox games need to be only on Xbox with the only on Xbox logo that used to exist. And she took the time to respond to say, I hear you. What does that sound like to you? See, to me, it sounds like the same thing we've always heard for the past decade. How many times has Phil Spencer said, I hear you? We're listening. We hear you. And I think that's kind of why I'm surprised a little bit. Like, I'm a little bit surprised that Microsoft is still going in this direction of, like, guys, you don't have to do that anymore. Like, you ripped the band-aids clear off. Phil's gone. Sarah Bond is gone. Okay, your biggest figurehead is gone. And you are putting Halo on PlayStation. You raise the price of Game Pass. Like, there's no reason to try to save face anymore. And yet they're still doing it. And my only assumption here is because that's the way Microsoft's PR team does it. It's just how they've always done it. It's how they're always going to do it, where I'm like, you have the opportunity to start fresh and set a new tone. And that tone could be, I'm the new CEO. I'm going to make Xbox great again. Starts with great games, recommitting to Xbox, and finding new ways to grow. Boom, that's it. Cut it. Drop the mic, walk away. Don't say nothing. Don't come back till you have an announcement to make for Xbox, right? They could do that, but instead you're like, no, I want to get to know. Like, I'm gonna have somebody on Twitter tell me to play Borderlands, and then I'm gonna go play Borderlands. And I'm like, okay. Okay, we got Phil 2.0 over here. I'm only saying this because I feel like we just spent the last decade watching Xbox form a parasocial relationship with their fan base. You can see that clearly with some community members in the Xbox fan base. And I don't blame them. I don't blame those community members. Like, Microsoft is setting that stuff up for you. But this is like, we've seen what has happened. It's better to just keep that distance and make it so that, like, just let these people do their job, and judge them purely based off of the decisions they are making and the announcements they're making, you know? But I don't know. They're just trying to lean more into we got to make this new Xbox CEO very personable, very human, very relatable. And I can see the benefits to doing that, but I feel like you just had that. You just had that for like 12 years and it's been a disaster. That's the thing that confuses me is it's been a disaster. Why are you doing it again? But what do I know? I'm not part of some big robust PR team. I don't know what does or doesn't
I
work.
have drawn out and completed the attack plans against Destin and his nation. You don't invade our Discord with no consequences. G Survivor in Air Fawn 72
Man.
hours.
No. Whoa, hey, whoa, Rich. I got no quarrel with him. You have no quarrel with him. Chill. Gavin with a super chat says, if she said she's not a gamer and doesn't care about gaming, you know very well how you and the rest of the internet would react. Oh, absolutely. I'd be reacting the same way because I know she's not. That's the point. Like, I know I'm going to be honest, man. Like, you have to kind of be foolish to genuinely believe that this woman has a gaming background. She doesn't. And that I'm here to say that's okay because there's nothing that's going to be revealed. You are right, though, Gavin. You are right. Like, I agree the headlines would be bad. So from that perspective, they're doing this probably to avoid negative PR. But it's like, I don't know, man. The negative PR is warranted. This should not be a time for good PR. The PR is we have a new CEO, and she's coming in from being the head of AI. Again, I know that this is like, all right, baby, I'm part of PR. How do we spin it? It's like, good, you can go ahead, but 99% of people know there's nothing to spin. It's like, this is a not ideal outcome. It's a very ideal outcome for Satya Nadella and the board of Microsoft and the Microsoft shareholders, more than likely. For everybody else, it's not really ideal. People would have absolutely responded much better to Sarah Bond taking over. I could tell you that. Sarah Bond has basically been training under Phil for like 4 to 5 years now, and people got used to her. She was the one who announced the partnership with AMD for the Xbox console. And that's what's interesting is like people didn't really care if she was actually a gamer or not, but that's because Phil like made it clear, like, she's my second in command, like this is who I'm training and who I want to take my place. So people naturally, because they knew it was like Phil's decision, like that's who he wanted. People, I think, just more naturally they took to her, better. This is very abrupt, but Gavin, you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. Like if she just was honest and Microsoft was brutally honest and was like, we're not here to talk about whether or not she's a gamer. We're here to tell you she's in charge now. Yeah, the conversation would be probably a lot more toxic. So when you put it that way, yeah, I guess the PR is working. Damn it. Damn you, Microsoft. Why are you so good at spinning? But Michael Lynch with the super chat says, Sarah was right about one thing. Xbox deserves this management. A CEO that knows nothing about gaming, a new VP that has no history in gaming, and a second in command that nobody knows what he does. Dude. No, no amount of PR saving Matt Booty, bro. No amount of PR saving Matt. The number one thing I've seen And people aren't even mad. People aren't even mad. They're just literally confused. And it's so funny. Matt Booty, every reaction I've seen to him, people are like, "Who? Oh, wait, that guy?" The amount of people I've seen saying failing upward. And I'm like, at some point I just start to feel bad for Matt Booty. Like maybe he really does do a lot of stuff behind the scenes and is working really hard or something. But the way people talk about him, it's just like, good job failing up again, Matt Booty. Like, geez, how are you still here, bro? And I'm like, it's just funny, man. It's funny. And Michael, I think you put it, yeah, you put it well here in this super chat, man. I think that he brings them coffee. Yeah, maybe. I mean, there is truth there though, Michael. Like, if I'm trying to be, it's really hard. It like requires me to just like completely shift my perspective entirely. But somebody left this comment on one of my posts yesterday on Twitter, and they said, if I'm going to keep it 100, I'd much rather take my chances on this new CEO than keeping people like Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond around. And I don't know, just like when I read that, I was like, I mean, I can see what I get that. Like, I can understand that, you know, where I think no matter when Phil Spencer decided to retire, under what circumstances, it was going to create some type of negative feeling with people. But there is the fact that, yeah, I mean, I've said it many times over. I've said it pretty abruptly or frankly, I mean, and that is that how is the current leadership at Microsoft, well, saying this months ago, how are they still there and in charge after all this? Like, I feel like their time to go was a while ago, and they're not. And I basically came to the conclusion it's because they're not actually making decisions. Somebody else is, and they're just being kept around for one reason or another. But that's why yeah, none of this to me is surprising, but it is simultaneously interesting to see what does this mean? What does this change? And yeah, so look, I mean, things got a little weird there for a moment where we're trying to figure out, does this woman actually game? Does this CEO actually, you know what Halo even is? Like, I mean, I guess so, but putting that aside, who cares, right? The more important questions that need to be asked and attempted to be answered. She responded to somebody talking about Xbox exclusivity. Is that coming back? Is there a possibility that this new CEO will say, I am going to make Xbox great again by bringing back exclusivity? Kawi Samurai, you're saying Spencer and Bond destroyed Xbox. AI is definitely 100% better. Perhaps. I mean, I'll be honest, man. One of the reasons why it feels so hard to actually say with, you know, in a serious manner, Xbox is done. It feels hard to say that because it's like there's an implication that we haven't already crossed that threshold numerous times. As if there was like there's still some threshold to be crossed. And there isn't. There isn't, unfortunately. I think the only thing, like if you were to ask, like, how could it get any worse? The only thing left to make it worse would be even more layoffs, even more studio closures. And I don't know if that's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe it won't. But as of right now, from my perspective, that's pretty much it. Like the Xbox brand as we knew it has completely transformed into something that 5 years ago would have been considered unrecognizable to most people. A lot of the things that they're doing, while they're not all bad, it's different, right? It's when we talk about a game like Halo, that used to be discussed under the context of this is the killer app for the Xbox console. This is Xbox's way to bring people into their ecosystem and to grow their console sales and so on and so forth. It went from that to yeah, Halo. We're excited to bring it to PlayStation, and we hope you look forward to it on PlayStation. Um, and it's like, well, I thought you were going to use that to sell consoles. It's like, no, we don't care about that. It's like, oh, well, you're still selling them, right? It's like, yeah, but we're going to raise the price multiple times to a point where it makes almost no sense to buy an Xbox. And so, these are all things that were done prior to this announcement. I do think that some of this is just kind of like maybe some people want it to be a bigger deal than it really is, you know? But at the same time, it's like, is it really? Probably not.
To all the troops set to deploy, give the family a kiss. Destin has IGN, so he is a formidable foe. S. Will be a brutal war. MBG states, may God bless you.
Rich and the troops, they're heading out to fight some kind of brutal war. I don't even know what's going on. Dude, I don't even know what's going on. What did I miss? DAPA unit with a super chat says Phil and Sarah were not going to keep their job for the declining sales of Call of Duty. You can't jeopardize $1 billion franchise. $1 billion franchise. Well, yeah. I mean, you could. It's interesting. You could look at the recent steep decline of Call of Duty with Black Ops 7 as a potential catalyst to Phil retiring so abruptly, right? There could be something to that. All right, so Fireball says no chance for exclusivity now. The new CEO appointed for the next phase of Microsoft Games is leading a multi-platforming gaming company, and yeah, I want to talk about that for a moment because I do. So, if you were to ask me, like, do I think that Microsoft, with this new CEO for gaming, would be willing to bring back exclusivity in any way, shape, or form? My answer to that is absolutely not. No. And the main reason for that is because, well, if her goal was, I do want to sell Xbox consoles again, and I do want to get Xbox back to what it was and to compete more directly with PlayStation and their console sales and kind of like go back in that direction, to walk back so many of the decisions that Phil Spencer has made after all these years. The big problem with doing that is you're going to lose a lot of money. You're going to make a lot of Xbox fans very happy. Make no mistake. Half of the Xbox fans that you see advocating for multi-platform right now, if it was announced by this new CEO that we're going back to exclusives, they would be the first ones out there streaking up and down the street. Okay? I think we know that, right? But that's kind of the thing is if this CEO was appointed to run the gaming division at Microsoft, the reason for that is simple. You're the person that's going to make this more profitable than it already is. It's not profitable enough. So going back to exclusivity, again, you're asking to lose a lot of money. And there's also the history. There is the history of you already tried, not you, but the Xbox brand and division already tried exclusivity for many years, and it just didn't work. It may still work for Nintendo, and it mostly still works for Sony in many cases, but for you guys, it just wasn't working. No matter how many exclusives you had or what you tried to make exclusive. You know, like, could you see this new CEO making a decision that we are going to make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox? I mean, I'll tell you what, if they chose to do that, well, they couldn't because they signed a 10-year contract. So actually, we'll just nix that. But even just hypothetically, if they didn't sign that contract and they could make it exclusive, it's like you will lose your position as CEO within months of doing that because the amount of money you would lose, the amount of money that would be eroded. So the only thing I could realistically see happening is maybe she'll make the decision that we will do timed exclusives for some games. But does that really make much sense when you've pretty much signaled to all of your studios already that, yeah, you guys have PS5 dev kits, you can develop to launch your game day one on PS5 to help increase sales, right? And give your studio a better chance of surviving and thriving. It just makes absolutely no sense at this moment in time, at this point in time, for Microsoft or the new leadership at Microsoft to say, you know what, we're going back. That's not going to happen. So I do question why she would respond to this person saying, I hear you, because her saying, I hear you implies that I'm taking in what you're saying and considering it. But it's like, there's no way. Maybe she is, though. See, that's the funny thing about this is if she truly is somebody coming in that it hasn't been paying attention because she's not involved in gaming, she might actually be writing that down and being like, I need to workshop this. I need to think about this. And that's what makes the idea of somebody like this who may have actually no clue what's going on. It's interesting to see how they may want to do certain things differently. And I would imagine if she was talking to her people, I'm assuming like having meetings, and she talked about the idea of like, okay, so what about if we bring back exclusivity? We make our games exclusive again. There's going to be like a bunch of people that are like, no, 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 no. we're gonna tell you why that's a really bad idea, and she'll be like, oh, okay, right. It's more like I hear you, but shut up. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it might be just that. It's like I hear you. No, I hear you. I wish I didn't. Maybe. But yeah, I do think that when we take a big step back, when I take a big step back, I analyze the whole leadership change with Microsoft. Truth be told, I don't think there's anything really surprising here. I think I wish it was more surprising. I wish that this CEO had something crazier to say. I wish there was some kind of curveball being thrown here, but there just isn't. Microsoft is in gaming for the long run. And with that in mind, they are planning on making their gaming division a top performer because that's what they do. If you look at Microsoft as a corporation, every division that they have is a top performer, raking in tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're all very, very profitable, very high profit margins. I have no doubt that that's what this woman is going to try to do with the Xbox division now that she's taking over and, been appointed the CEO position. And she's coming from, a heavy background of running companies successfully. And, yeah, so I don't think any of it's necessarily surprising. I don't know that there's even much to say on the doom and gloom front. I'm not trying to discourage anybody where if you want to play on Xbox, I think, at least in the short term, not that much is going to change. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe in the next 12 months, things will change dramatically. But yeah, I just think it's if you're still with if you've been with Xbox this whole time after everything that's happened and you still haven't left, I I'm pretty sure there's nothing Microsoft can do. I know that I'm contradicting what I said earlier, and I think I take what I said earlier back because the more I let it kind of like marinate and I think about it, I don't think there's anything Xbox could do at this point to get you to leave Xbox if you're still on it. And I think that's the point here. I think that's why this person in particular has been appointed the head of Microsoft Gaming. Because I think that anybody who's left there running the Xbox division at a high level, I think they now understand that we could do anything and you guys will stick around. Like, we increased Game Pass by 50% and you're still here. We increased the price of the Xbox Series X from like $500 to nearly $700. And you're still here. We had a whole show where we're having a Halo developer wear a PlayStation shirt, talk about how excited they are to bring this iconic Xbox franchise that was, Halo very much was Xbox to PlayStation. And you're still here. So I think when we close out this particular topic conversation, I think the notion that you're going to see massive, intense, abrupt, hard-hitting changes. I don't know when. Like, I don't know if that's in the next 3 months. I don't know if that's in the next 2 years, but crazy things are going to go down at Microsoft Gaming. I think anybody who's still there will be there after. I think the only way Microsoft can get you off of Xbox is if they purposely pry you off and flick you out, where they're like, we don't want you. Go home, go away, go somewhere else, So it's going to be very interesting to see what type of decisions are made, what changes are made, and how differently this gaming brand is going to be run. Now that, look, I've seen multiple people say that from the outside looking in, it seems like Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond were the last ones holding out to stop the dam from breaking open. Whatever that means to you, I've seen multiple people say that, and that very well could be true. We will find out. Time will tell. Xbox is like the person hosting a party low-key, letting their guests know that they've they've outstayed their welcome. Yeah. Yeah. But I think that they're like, okay, well, they're not going, so they're still here. They're still here. And I know that sounds bad, but I think it's true, though. Because I want you to, I'll say this very last thing. The reason why I think it's true is because imagine if PlayStation did everything that Xbox did over the last 3 years. Would you not think the same thing? I would think that, even if I was still on PlayStation. At that point, if I was still on PlayStation, I would tell you there's nothing Sony can do to get me to leave. I will be here until the lights are off. But, I don't think Sony has, I don't know. Sony's looking a little spooky themselves, but I don't think that they've gone that far out there, man. Maybe they have. I don't know. I guess there is something to be said. It is true. Sony sold me a very expensive PS5 Pro with no disc drive, and I still bought it. So, maybe I am in that camp. Hold on, plot twist. Turns out I respect those who still are on Xbox. Plot twist. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll see what ends up happening with this new leadership at Xbox. We'll see what changes. Guys, we are going to move on to the next topic, though. Before we do, please do me a favor. Take a moment and hit that like button. We're doing good. We're at 166 likes. Try to get that up to 175, and then from 175, I want to see if we can get that to 200. I would really like to get the stream to 200 likes. Oh, we have a new Mighty Keith video to react to. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll check that out. a little bit later. We have Kawi Samurai saying, like PlayStation, aren't most people still there because of their libraries and they play third party games? We are the few on PlayStation, as most players here play third party. Well, yeah. I mean, I play first party games and third party on PlayStation, but you're right. A lot of people that are on PlayStation mainly are playing third party and live service games. Oh, we're going to talk about the live service games. That's actually the next topic. We're going to talk about how the PS5 has outsold the Switch 2 again, why that's significant, but also the greater what the greater message that all the data we're getting is telling us. But oh, perfect image. Can you give me the name? What's his name again? Okay, hold on. I actually want to go check this before we proceed. And Armani Coleman with a $2 chat says, "We get Ari in 5 days. Can't wait in Crimson Desert." Absolutely. And yeah, I know, listen, I know we've been talking a lot about all this different stuff that's going on. I do want it to be reiterated once again. Regardless of all of the negative news, there are still some amazing games coming. Literally, in just 5 days. I think one of my favorite games of the year is dropping. And then Crimson Desert not too long after that. I know people are super stoked for that one. Thank you, Perfect Image. All right, hold on. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. I want to let me see the original post though. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find something here. Hello, boss. What? I found his reply. Wait. Okay, hold on. I have a question because it won't let me see this for some reason. I'm on Peter Dalton's account. Irfan, thank you. Let me see. Maybe this. Yeah. Can you tell me, Irfan, what the post is that he's responding to? It says it's from Ecstasis, but I can't see it. It won't show it to me, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's bugged. At least that's who it says he's replying to. I know there's another one. So, um, Peter Dalton, he was, I should say, the head of technology at Blue Point Games. He responded to this post from Detective Seeds saying, "Creating a black and white history in a world of color rarely does justice to a story filled with nuance. Perspective matters." Yeah, I think we might cover this tomorrow. Interesting. So we have a Blue Point, a high ranking Blue Point developer responding directly. But then he responded to something else coming from Ecstasis, but I can't see what it was, saying that is a fun story and just that, all about the clicks. Does anybody know what that's in reference to? Yeah, it doesn't show it for you either, Irfan. It's not showing it for me. What did he respond to? Was it deleted? Maybe that's the only thing I can figure. Let me see if I can look at the replies again. So people are is like accusing him of accusing Ecstasis of lying. Hmm. Yeah, so I mean that definitely makes things interesting. Seeing a high-ranking Bluepoint developer respond directly to at least Detective Seeds, but I'm curious what this post was from Ecstasis that he straight up said it's just a fun story. Basically, it's made up and it's all about the clicks. What is that in reference to? Does that have anything to do with what Detective Seeds said? We are Titus, what we are talking about, sorry, if the context is probably lost on some of you. And I wanted to wait to cover this. I am going to wait to cover it more in depth tomorrow, where um, there was a big post put out by Detective Seeds where he claimed he had communication with multiple Bluepoint devs and got some good information on what was going on behind the scenes. And and we actually have a developer from Bluepoint, the head of technology at Bluepoint, so a high-ranking developer. Um, he replied once to Detective Seeds, saying, "Creating a black and white history in a world of color rarely does justice to a story filled with nuance. Perspective matters." But then he replied to another individual, Ecstasis, saying, "That is a fun story, and just that, all about the clicks." But I don't know what Ecstasis posted that Peter Dalton's saying that to. The way I'm reading his response to Detective Seeds is that a lot of this is true, or some of it's true, but it depends on your perspective, you know? Like painting it as like right and wrong. In other words, he's saying it's not untrue. He's saying that in terms of who you think is in the right and who you think is in the wrong depends on your perspective. Fascinating. Okay. So that I'm glad I waited to cover this till tomorrow more in depth then, because yeah, there's some really good information. Um, but yeah, this was not the final topic I wanted to discuss with you guys today. Okay. All right, yeah. So, all right. So yeah, we'll save this for tomorrow cuz there might be even more to go over tomorrow. That's kind of why I'm letting it gestate a little bit, because I'm curious if we're going to get more, cuz the Blue Point situation, I got to say I imagine I imagine we are going to get some more info on what actually went down here. Not that it'll change the outcome, the outcome is what it is, but still, I think some people would just kind of like to know, get a better understanding. I know you're talking about Marathon, MBG. Marathon. All right, so we have one more topic of discussion for today's stream, and this is an interesting one. Um, yeah, I think so too, Irfan. So I have no idea what that was in regards to. Um, all right, let me get rid of some of these tabs, though. Give me 1 second. I got to close some of these down. All right. So starting here, after losing the December 2025 sales battle to the Switch 2, the PS5 was once again the best selling console in the US this January, ranked by both units and dollar sales. The console, which is now more than 5 years old, was propped up by some lingering holiday bundles. But while it doesn't sound like there was a huge amount of difference between the devices, it's still impressive to see Sony's console coming out on top against Nintendo's brand new device. The most important news is that the industry saw a 3% improvement in overall sales year over year. Hardly revolutionary, but better than a decline in this challenged economy. Elsewhere, there are few highlights to speak of. January is always slow, but Ghost of Yotei is continuing to sell extraordinarily well, much to the chagrin of a select few on social media. And it's also worth acknowledging that Code Vein 2 was on the chart, but that was the only new game release. So there was only, in the top 20 for the NPD report for January, there was only one new game on there. One. One new game, dude. Okay. I mean, I know January's slow, but damn. And Kawi Samurai says reality with Bluepoint is they get as many high scores possible. They just didn't sell enough games. And that goes for all PlayStation studios going forward, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going to hold off on this discussion till tomorrow. But unfortunately, it does seem like there might be some level of truth to what you're saying here. Hate to say it. Thank you for the super chat, Samurai. Oh, I hope. Don't say that, unknown. Do not say that. All right, hold on. We're going to. So, there's two parts of this conversation I want to have with you guys. The first part has to do with the PS5 once again outselling the Switch 2. What are we thinking here? The second part has to do with something that Matt Piscatella revealed, and it has to do with live service games on PlayStation 5. But if we're talking about console sales here, I mean, what do we think of this, man? Like, should the PS5 be outselling the Nintendo Switch 2 in January of 2026? Like, does that sound like something that should be happening? Does that sound like it's concerning for Nintendo? Is that just how well Sony's doing with the PS5? I'm not sure what to really make of this. All I know is that my intuition tells me that the PS5 should not be outselling the Switch 2. That's what my intuition says. I mean, in November, the last time the PS5 outsold the Switch 2 was in November during the holiday season. But I figured that was probably because of the sales and the deals that Sony was doing. But then to see it happen again in January, I am a little bit surprised by that. I'm like, damn, dude, is Nintendo's console slowing down a lot faster than we thought? Kawaii Samurai says Switch 2 hasn't even released anything of note yet. Yeah, is that what we're thinking it is? We're seeing a slowdown because the software just isn't there? Sorry, I'm just trying to finish my coffee here. If I take any more time to drink it, I'm getting that caffeine too late. The Switch 2 has already gotten discounts. Take that as you will. Did it? MBG, remember I said after the hardcore sales of Switch 2 would fall off a cliff, remember? That's true. You did say that, Titus. I do remember. PS5, $400, and Nintendo Switch 2, $450. But I don't know, man. I get. How much is a digital PS5 right now? Let me go check. European retailers discounted it. So if I go on Amazon, PS5. Oh, there's a Fortnite bundle, $450 with the disc drive. Damn, that's pretty good. I mean, all things considered. PlayStation 5 Pro, $750. My God. That just looks so insane. I wonder if it was the bundles that were left. I think it speaks to both being in a good position. The Switch 2 is a monster in Japan, so it makes up for it there. It's still doing great for Nintendo. Yeah, I think the answer to this question will probably come when Nintendo has like a big game that they announce, some big new software coming out. Boss, did you not get enough treats today? And Kawi Samurai says 3D Mario and Zelda to come. Switch 2 exclusive Pokemon. Well, I guess we'll see, right? I think considering it's just January, I don't think there's a whole lot to be extracted from it. I think if you want to be pessimistic about it, you can assume that this is the slowing down of the Switch 2 sales and it's only going to get worse for Nintendo. If you want to be optimistic, you'll say, there's just not enough new games yet. Once they start announcing some of these bigger games like a new 3D Mario, Zelda, etc., things are going to change. And either one I think could be true. It'll be interesting to see if there are many more months scattered throughout this year where the PS5 still outsells the Switch 2. There's also the fact, though, that Nintendo did say they may have to raise the price of the Switch 2, which they haven't done yet. But I think if they do that, that could be hugely problematic. Honestly, I think if they raise the price of the Switch 2, Nintendo might be in a little bit of trouble at that point, depending. Because if you're already seeing the PS5 outsell it now on weaker months without a price increase, I don't know that the Switch 2 could, I don't want to say survive a price increase, but I could see that really hurting momentum, But there's a bigger conversation I want to have here with you guys. I know a lot of people aren't interested in hearing about console sales really, because at this point in time, there's not a whole lot going on, The PS5 is on its way to 95 million and then 100 million sold. Sony already said that they're pretty good on not having to increase the price of the PS5 for the rest of the year. That shouldn't be a thing. But wait until you hear this data. Now, I feel as though this is a very important conversation to have because, people very much question, what is Sony doing? What is this company doing? That company? What's going on in gaming? Well, here we go. So Matt Piscatella, who runs the NPD, he posted this. He said 2025's top 5 games on PlayStation ranked by total players in the US. I want you guys to guess the top 5 most played games for the year of 2025 on the PS5. Start with number 5. Who do you think's in the number 5 spot? What game is in the number 5 spot? Play a little game here. Who's going to get it first? Number 5 spot. No, Will. Nope. Somebody's just looking it up, aren't they? In the US, yeah, top 5 games played on PS5 for the year of 2025. We're starting with number 5. Nope. There you go. Web 5 Gamer got it. Web 5 was the first one. Minecraft is number 5. So check. We got Minecraft on there. Live service. Number 4. What's at number 4? Titus got it first. Titus, I'm going to count this for you since it's right there. Number 4, Roblox. Okay. Number 3. Who's going to get it? Oh, there we go. Kara Styles got it. GTA 5 is at number 3. So far, 3 live service games. Number 2. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get number 2? It's not Fortnite. There you go. Scissor Man got it. Call of Duty's number 2, and Fortnite, Muffin, is number 1. So let me read that list one more time. Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA 5, Roblox, Minecraft. Top 5 most played games throughout the entire year on PS5. Every single one, live service. GTA 5, it may as well be GTA Online. Okay? Now, Matt Piscatella also compared this to the top 5 most played games on PS5 for 2024. Can anybody guess the list? If you guessed that it's the exact same, you would be right. The list is identical. 2024, Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA 5, Roblox, Minecraft. 2025, Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA 5, Roblox, Minecraft. 56% of active PS5 users played Fortnite at least once during the entire year, at least once. Over half, almost 60%, man, of the entire PS5 user base played for. I'm not part of that group, but played it at least once in the year 2025. I would love to compare it to 2023. I'm sure the list for 2023 is not much different. Let me see. Top 5 most played games on PS5 in 2023. Fortnite, Call of Duty, GTA 5, Roblox, Minecraft. There ain't no way it's exactly the same, dude. Oh my God, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same for 2023. Oh man, that's cursed. Oh, this is bad. Kawaii Samurai with another super chat says, obviously live service games. LOL, single player is one and done. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It's the fact that it's not changing. That's the important part, right? At least I think that's the important part. So I want to have this conversation with you guys because I feel as though when we question why Sony is prioritizing live service games, and I want to make something clear here. This is important for me to make clear. I put out a question on Twitter today. The question that I asked on Twitter was, knowing that live service games are the most dominant games in the industry and there's no sign of it slowing down, is Sony right for prioritizing the development of live service games? And some people disagreed with what I was saying, where they were saying Sony is not prioritizing live service games. And I'm surprised by that. I'm very surprised. I understand that when people hear the term prioritization, they assume like that's the only priority. It's obvious that Sony makes single player games. Sony does prioritize single player games. They absolutely do. If Sony didn't prioritize single player games, we wouldn't have Saros coming. We wouldn't have Wolverine coming. We wouldn't have Intergalactic coming. We wouldn't have Cory Barlog's game coming, and other single player games that have yet to be announced. So it is not fair to state that Sony does not prioritize single player. They do. But what needs to be understood is live service games are equally prioritized. It's a 50-50 split practically at this point. At least it sure seems like that. And I kind of just want to explore this. And yeah, Kane is coming as well, and that's published by Sony. I want to explore this question. Like, is Sony truly wrong for doing this? And I feel as though this question is very topical right now because of what just happened with Blue Point Games. And man, this is tough. This is tough to see. It's really difficult to accept the reality that this list conveys. I'm sorry, my pants are getting caught on my chair here. I'm like, oh God, freaking live service games make me so damn uncomfortable.
Sony is tired of seeing MS on top of their charts. No wonder Sony is trying to make more live service games.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Sony's tired of that per se, Walroar. I mean, it's possible. I think Sony is okay with that because I think Sony would rather see Microsoft games at the top of their charts, knowing that they're getting a cut of everything Microsoft is doing, than seeing Microsoft games top the charts with exclusivity. You know what I mean? At least that's my assumption. But I get where you're coming from. The truth is, you know what Sony's tired of? I'm going to tell you what Sony's tired of. They are tired of seeing Fortnite number one every single year and only getting a 30% cut on one platform. That's what they're tired of. And Call of Duty, you know? Where's the obnoxious chair? I'm taking a break from that one for a little while. And yeah, Call of Duty is a Microsoft game, so it is really just it comes down to what we've acknowledged many times over, but I think it needs to be reiterated here.
Why
It
settle for 30%?
exactly. You're exactly right, Walror. Why settle for 30%? I mean, it's the name of the game, it's the name of the business, right? Where Sony obviously loves doing single player games because if you look at what Sony's CFO said during their last earnings, she attributed a lot of she said Ghost of Yotei contributed greatly to our financials. Like it made us a lot of money, you know? Like without it, we would have made a lot less money. You wonder what that list would have looked like before Fortnite, Ray? And you're saying here 2016 PlayStation list, number 1 Rocket League, number 2 Battlefield, number 3 Minecraft. Um PlayStation 4 edition. I got very confused for a second there. Number 4, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Number 5, Tom Clancy's The Division. Number 6, Grand Theft Auto. My God, Grand Theft Auto is still in the top 10. Number 7, Overwatch Origins Edition. 8, Battlefield 4. Jeez, man. And that was, what year was that? That was 2016. Dude, you know what's crazy about that, Ray, is when you look back at that time period for PlayStation 2016, Shuhei Yoshida was the head of Sony's first party. One of the things that Shuhei Yoshida made very clear is he wanted nothing to do with live service games. And he even said in his more recent interviews within the last year or two that he would not greenlight live service games. And that's part of the reason why he was asked to step down by Jim Ryan. Because Jim knew that he wasn't going to be the guy to do it. Herman would. And it's crazy when you think like it's possible. I don't know why I said it's crazy. It's not crazy. I need to stop just throwing these terms around. It's possible that Shuhei Yoshida was looking over the NPD report, top played games on PlayStation 4 in 2016. A lot of them also still being live service and thinking, yeah, but this is just a phase. Like this isn't going to last. 10 years later, it's still the same. Um, it's only been further refined. Where like some of the games have changed, but those games are still live service. And you can begin to see why Sony, especially now, is like, yeah, we need to keep pursuing this. And it sucks because there is a cost to it, clearly. But we have overexposure with a $10 super chat saying, hi, MBG. Regarding Intergalactic and Naughty Dog, do you think they could explore how far someone might go to prove their faith? And at what point does devotion start crossing the line into something dark? I mean, overexposure, I will say that that sounds extremely plausible to me. If knowing that Naughty Dog is going to be exploring religion with the story of Intergalactic, and the assumption is they're going to want to make it a heavy story, maybe something darker, I could see that. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I remember reading somewhere, and I don't know where I read it. I can't remember if it was like a 4chan leak or not, so it may just be totally made up. I remember reading somewhere that one of the reasons why she goes to the planet Jordan in Intergalactic is because there was like the last signal she got from the leader of the Five Aces. Because remember, that's what the group is in Intergalactic. She used to be part of the Five Aces, the Five S's. The last signal she heard from their leader, which I think is played by that guy, Tony Dalton, I think his name is. I think he's playing the leader, was heard on this planet. And I think it was a leak that I read, and I don't know if it's true or not. We have no idea if it's true that like he basically is in like a leadership role of this newly formed religion. Or like, I don't know if it's newly formed. Apparently it's like a 2,000-year-old religion, but he like, I guess is part of it now. And so it could be something like that. You could be on to something there, overexposure. And again, I have no idea if anything I just said there turns out to be true or not. Um, you know, potential early spoilers here. But I'm interested. I will say, like, again, I think people have this misconception of me where they think that like I hate Naughty Dog and I'm rooting against Intergalactic. I don't know. I mean, I can understand why they would assume that, but that's not the case. I want this game to be good. I want Naughty Dog to succeed. I don't want bad games from PlayStation Studios. I certainly don't want bad single player games that have. I don't want a game that's been in development for like 5, 6, 7 years to be bad, or something I don't like. I don't want that. That's the last thing I would be rooting for. So I'm trying to, be as open minded as I possibly can with Intergalactic, and what you just proposed there, overexposure, sounds cool to me. Like I would like to see that, you know. Um, and that, yeah, that would be a cool story. As long as they handle it well. You gotta have faith, George Michael. You want to hear what's so funny, Carl? That's so funny you mentioned that. Literally, it may have been yesterday, but if not yesterday, the day before. Um, I was like, you gotta have faith. I was like saying that to Mrs. MBJ, like, you gotta have faith. And I'm like, it's like that song. I was like, I said it's like Limp Bizkit said, you gotta have faith. And I started playing the song Faith by Limp Bizkit, not realizing that that was a cover. I knew the cover. Like once she told me, like, no, that's a cover song. And then she showed me the music video of George Michael like playing it. And I'm like, oh, I've seen that music video before. Like I've seen that video. Like I've seen that guy before and I've heard this song before. And then it like hit me like, oh my God. Wait, yeah. Limp Bizkit did cover that song. And then I thought, what a weird like that's so weird. So weird. So it's funny that you mentioned that, Carl. Little story there for you. It was catchy as hell in the original. Yeah, I was listening to the original and then listening to Limp Bizkits, and I'm like, dude, Limp Bizkits is crazy. It's not bad, but it's like it almost like doesn't fit at all. I'm like, dude, there's just some covers that I don't know work. But I only felt that way once I heard the original. Once I was listening to Limp Bizkit's Faith, not knowing it was a cover, I'm like, this is cool. I'm like, it sounds good. Once I heard the original, I'm like, I think this may have just ruined it for me. No, I still like it. I still like it. And Cowie Samurai with another super chat, thank you, says, if the future feeds more into live service, Microsoft owns Minecraft, Call of Duty, Overwatch, Halo, Diablo, WoW, Forza, Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76. Are they investing for that? PlayStation Now you said with Destiny. I mean, yeah, perhaps that we heard that Destiny 3 has entered early development, and then there's obviously Marathon coming out. Absolutely. Yeah. The answer to that question is yes, absolutely. The most important things that Microsoft is doing right now in gaming has to do with all the studios working on live service titles, especially their behemoth, Call of Duty, right? Um, what's interesting with Halo, though, I will say, is doing the campaign evolved, and we heard that they're doing like a separate multiplayer. So they're still going to push into a live service direction with Halo multiplayer. Gaming is doomed. It's over. I mean, well, I don't think that's kind of where this conversation tends to veer off to, right? Where now I had a very inflammatory reaction the other day. Gaming Survivor knows. MBG, you also play live service games, bro. I know. And that's where sometimes I get too in my feelings at times for my own good, where it's like live service gaming is the cancer of the industry. Live service gaming killed Blue Point. It's killing everything I love. I hate I'm done, And it's like, okay, 3 days later, MBG.
Behind Blue Eyes is also a cover, FYI. I love the
Yeah,
Biscuit super energetic
right?
band Live Still.
Right? Dude, shout out to Wallroar, bro. Yo, the original version of Behind Blue Eyes by The Who, legendary song. I want to say this. Limp Bizkit's cover of Behind Blue Eyes is amazing until for some godforsaken reason in the middle, when they're doing, I guess, like the breakdown, they felt the need, like, okay, so we're going to spell out our band name. L-I-M-P. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you guys almost nailed it. You almost had a perfect cover, and then you're just like, somebody was like, I got an idea, guys. And I'm not saying it ruins the song, but it kind of does, where it's like, who greenlit that idea for this cover? Do you know what I'm talking about? If you know, you know. That they should have removed that part. But the Who are amazing, and Limp Bizkit, I've always liked Limp Bizkit. It's crazy that they still tour and they're still they're doing their thing, man. I think their bassist passed away last year, right? Which is sad. But yeah, the Who is a legendary band. Underrated, I think, a little bit. But but yeah, when we talk about live service games, it's hard not to feel frustrated with them at times. But it's not their fault.
Yup, agree 100 with you, although live it's really good when them play Rip Sam.
I gotta go listen to a live version of that then. Yeah. That's like, I haven't really heard Limp Bizkit live. I think I've watched like a couple of live videos from them before, but I never heard a live version of them covering Behind Blue Eyes. Yeah, sad about their bassist. MBG, with the recent news and now that Xbox has new leadership, do you think they will rework Game Pass or get rid of it altogether if it's costing too much? Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying definitively they will. Be prepared. What I will say is be prepared for anything. Absolutely. Game Pass could just go away, dude. Like, I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying it could. Like, you have completely new leadership that I'm pretty sure she has full reign to do whatever is necessary. That's the big thing here. Is I think it's like I'm pretty sure one of the reasons Satya picked her is because it's like, whatever you got to do it. I'm giving you that permission. Do it. Do it. That's Satya with the hood on. Bald Satya Nadella. Do it. But yeah, I do think that some major changes could happen to Game Pass. Absolutely. We'll see. We'll see. MBG is a drummer. I'd be shocked if he hasn't seen Keith Moon videos. I have seen some. Dude, you know what's crazy is he like didn't use hi-hat cymbals at all. Like he just like didn't use the hi-hats. I'm like, that's crazy. That's absolutely wild. He was like, I'm just going to use crash cymbals, only crash cymbals. I'm like, but I love that. I love how it's just like, yes, I will. This is how I'm going to drum. And I don't care what anybody thinks. Like that's, I mean, only the greats do stuff like that, you know? Is Xbox done? I mean, if I'm being, it depends on what version of MBG you're asking. Are you asking like mature, normal, adult MBG? I'm going to say no, Xbox isn't done, but the direction they're going in might be very unideal and people might not be happy with it. If you ask emotional bound gamer, rage bound gamer, yes, they're done, they're cooked, it's over. Smash your Xbox to bits right now. Oh, it depends. Are you asking MBG or are you asking Johnny PlayStation? That's the difference. That's the difference. But yeah, when it comes to the live service conversation, man, we want to blame live service games. But the truth is we can't blame live service games. And the reason being is because the live service games didn't decide they were going to be successful and take over the industry. Right? That's not how it worked. How it worked was the live service games were made with the intention of, we think this can be a thing. And then the market responded by saying, this is a thing. This is the next thing. and this thing is here to stay for good. And that's important to understand because at this point, when you feel a sense of frustration that the top 5 games for the last 3 years on PlayStation 5 in terms of total players are all live service games, the number one game being Fortnite, the number two being Call of Duty, um, Roblox being on there. You can't be mad at these games for existing and being in that spot. You have to be mad at the market. You have to be frustrated with player. So, like, when we were reading that email from Herman Holst where he said changing player behavior, that line really that's the line that frustrated me because I know he's not wrong. I know he's not wrong. But it's frustrating to hear that because it's like being told in real time, like, you are getting older and you come from a different generation of gaming and a new generation of gamer that has not only embraced live service, but for a lot of them, that's all they play. They're becoming more and more dominant uh, by the year. And that is the changing of player behavior, where it's like, yes, people like me and you, I'll buy my $70 Soros and my $70 Resident Evil 9 and my $70 um, Wolverine and possibly Crimson Desert and stuff, single player games like that. And I'll also play some live service games. And I will put a lot of time in live service games. And on occasion, yeah, sure, maybe I'll buy a microtransaction or two. But I feel like I represent, and a lot of you guys are probably the same. Not everybody. There are people here who despise multiplayer games and don't play them at all. But I think a lot of us represent, like, I guess, the jack of all trades, so to speak, where it's like we play the AAA single player games, we play smaller single player games. Some of us will play indies, but we'll also play live service multiplayer here and there. We're not opposed to any of it necessarily, but that's kind of where the difference between us and a lot of these younger players, especially the younger players, is they just play live service and that's it. And a lot of times it is just one game, maybe two, maybe three if they're rotating. But a lot of these players don't play single player games. They don't care about single player games. They certainly don't care about AAA single player games. And that is an unfortunate truth and reality that we're looking at here. And so is Sony, for that matter. Cowboy Samurai says PlayStation would be selling 50 million less without live service. It's true. Oh, yeah. If PlayStation. Do you remember PlayStation didn't have Roblox, by the way? I don't know if you guys remember that. There was like a long period of time where PlayStation was the only like gaming platform, like mainstream gaming platform that like didn't have Roblox. And I think it was 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, they got Roblox. And now Roblox is in the top 5 most played for the last, like, basically ever since it hit the platform. And Sony's not upset with that because it's like, yeah, we want Roblox on here. We want that 30%, right? But it all kind of feeds into the greater understanding that Sony, like Walroar said, like, why settle for 30%? But here's the biggest thing, right? This is the biggest thing. I'm glad that Ray sent me the top played games in 2016 for PlayStation because the top played games in 2016, while Fortnite wasn't number one yet, GTA was still on there. I think Minecraft was still on there. Um, all the top played games were live service games. Still, even back in 2016, a decade ago. And so the reason that's so important to highlight compared to the top played games today is what does it tell you? It tells you live service games are here to stay. But the top 10 most played live service games do change and seemingly can change. those two things right there explain everything about Sony's approach. Where it's like, Sony, why are you still making live service games? Because number one, like we've established, they're not going anywhere. Live service games are permanent fixtures of the gaming industry. It's, you know what I mean? Like the genie is out of the box, so to speak. We're out of the lamp. You opened Pandora's box. There's no going back. Oh yeah, right. 2016 was the year before Fortnite came out. Yeah, right. So you can't even blame Fortnite. Fortnite to me is a game that evolved live service, where live service was already well established, but Fortnite was the game that was like, okay, we're gonna show you how far it can be taken. Right? PUBG was doing that, but mostly on the PC space. Fortnite is what did it in the console space. And so when you ask Sony, why are you still making live service? That's the response. It's because live service games are a permanent fixture of the industry, and we plan to be a permanent fixture in the industry as well. So we have to align with that. It's like, okay, that makes sense. Like, even if you don't want to hear it, which a lot of us don't, but that's true. That's why. And here's the second part. It's like, but Sony, why are you making these types of live service games? And that's, to me, that's kind of I would say the more unsettling part of this potentially. And it's that if you've been observing the games industry for the past 10 to 12 years, you know that live service games can rise, they can fall. Fortnite has been number one for a long time, but it doesn't mean that Fortnite will always be number one. I mean, I feel like the chances of it going away or being greatly reduced are smaller now. And you could argue that some of these live service games, like Fortnite, like Minecraft, like GTA Online, like Roblox, you could make the argument that, well, actually, they're also, like, these games are now also permanent fixtures, and I believe they are. But I think what we've observed in the last 10 years is that other games can kind of come in and be like, okay, actually, we're gonna, like, Helldivers is a good example of, like, it might not be on the same level as those games we listed, but it's here. I think Helldivers is here to stay. I mean, I think the fact that they got up to 150,000 peak concurrents on Steam with their latest update is, I mean, this is over 2 years later. Like, wow, oh, okay, like, you guys aren't Fortnite, but you're here to stay. And I think that's the important part to kind of highlight there, is that there are these games that, while they may not ever achieve the heights of Fortnite or something like GTA Online or Call of Duty, it doesn't mean they can't carve out their own space and be here to stay for a very, very long time. 10 years plus, right? Um, I don't know if Helldivers per se will be a 10-year plus game, but even if it's not, when they make a Helldivers 3, 5 years minimum, like, that's going to be a live service game for many years, right? Um, this is why I think Sony is not slowing down. I think they're not doing it because they know it's just a matter of time. Like, yes, we will have to go through Concord. Yes, we will have to greenlight a live service God of War game just to realize, why are we doing that? And the worst result comes of it. Yes, we will put out Horizon Hunters Gathering, and forcibly support that game and try to make it a thing, even if it never works. Yes, we will greenlight more live service games after that. The thing I want to convey here, and I think that this is just very important to convey, because I have seen some PlayStation fans, they believe that Sony is done with live service. They are not done with live service. They are not done with live service. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I mean, it seemingly has a tendency to veer towards bad. But I'm just here to let you know that, like, there will be more failures. There will be more sacrifices in the name of live service, and it won't be pretty. But the day's going to come where Sony gets their second Helldivers. The day's going to come where they get their second Concorde. It should be made clear that this is the name of the game now for Sony. The idea is MLB The Show is a success. Lock it in.
Destiny fell have thought live service is a huge gamble. Can Sony really take those kind of risk?
I think they can. I think they can, yeah. I mean, I think they obviously want to minimize the damage and the loss. But it's like Destiny 3, Sony will put everything behind that. They will. Because if you think about it, if there's just one singular thing Sony has in their arsenal that actually could be up there with MLB, GT7, now Helldivers, Destiny 3 is that thing. Even way beyond Marathon. Marathon is a total 50-50. Marathon is the risk that you have to ask, like, Sony, can you afford to take that risk? And they're like, yeah, we can, and we will. We have to. Destiny 3, I think, is like the only other thing that's the only other live service card that Sony could play eventually that's like guaranteed. That's a win. You're gonna win with that. I believe that. Everything else is a total coin flip. So you can't criticize them, MBG. It's another way Sony not targeting their core audience that made them what they are. Don't get swindled. They're just trying to get the live service bros. No, I know. No, I want it to be understood as well that, like, part of Sony going so aggressively in the live service direction is, yes, they're trying much harder to appeal to the non-traditional PlayStation audience. And that's why I'm like, why don't we have a live service SOCOM or Killzone or Resistance? Because Sony associates those franchises with old heads. I mean, I know it sounds funny and sad at the same time, but that's how Sony sees it. You know? Sony wants a game like Fortnite Hunter's Gathering because they're like, we see the unbelievable success that Fortnite gets every single month on our platform. Why can't we have that with one of our most popular franchises? Why can't we have that? And that's what I see with Horizon Hunter's Gathering. To me, Horizon Hunter's Gathering, and I don't mean this in an overly negative way, but I think it's true. It's like, that's Sony saying, why can't we have our own Fortnite? And I get from their perspective, it's like, yeah, why can't you? You're Sony PlayStation. You should be able to have your own Fortnite. Come on, you're bigger than Epic Games, right? But it's like, I mean, you do realize, like, have you seen Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West? Have you seen those games? Like, surely you've seen those games. You made those games. Do you not see why, with something like Horizon Hunter's Gathering, it's Horizon Hunter's Gathering is trying to thread that needle of, we want to appeal to an established audience and a new audience. And in your attempt to do that, you might end up appealing to nobody. That's the risk of Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And I think that's the problem that Sony's they're having a hard time, man, where it's like, Helldivers was that game that Helldivers is going to appeal to your established audience and a new audience. And it's ironic because that's not at all what they were trying to do with that game, but that's the one that did it. Horizon Hunter's Gathering can be seen as the game that's absolutely aggressively trying to do both, and in doing that might achieve the opposite, you know? We will see, though. Jake Skew with a $5 chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, the first live service game is widely considered to be Counter-Strike, which was released on November 9th, 2000. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, dude, Counter-Strike, I guess you're right. That is the first true live service game, and it's still going. Isn't Counter-Strike still the most played game on Steam by, like, a wide margin? That's crazy. So, yeah, if anything, Counter-Strike absolutely proved live service games are permanent, man. They're permanent. And so you could see why Sony is like, we're willing to take the long-term approach with this. And Kawaii Samurai says 2% of PS5 players bought Demon Souls. That's why. Mm. That's the tough thing, man. I hope Sony's not in that position. I mean, they might be, and they're not the only ones. It's the same direction that Microsoft's going in, and probably Nintendo eventually, where they're starting to go in that direction. Where, this idea of like, we made a game that sold 1.5 million copies. That's not acceptable anymore. That's sad. Like that hurts because it's like, yeah, we're gonna feel that, man. Um, Let me see, Rich, you're telling me to read your last. You're saying, unless publishers stop releasing on Xbox, trying to work within the limits of the Series S, then PlayStation gamers should stop buying those games. Continue to release on Xbox proves you do not care. Bro, Rich, we've talked about this. That's an insane perspective. You understand that, right? Like, you got to know, Rich, like, that's a crazy perspective. This is interesting. A tweet from Pirate Nation, who I don't follow, but Irfan has forwarded this tweet to me. By the way, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. I'm emphasizing that because we're very close to hitting the 200 like mark. We're at 183. We could do it. We could do it. He says X users are noticing and claiming that the new Xbox CEO could be using AI in replies and that the whole account might be managed by an AI bot. Um, so this post is highlighting a response from her Twitter account that says, "Great list. I did my top 3 in another reply. Halo, Valheim, 007. It's been a long time since I played Chrono Trigger. Have you done every ending? Thanks for all the detail. I appreciate it a ton." She says to somebody else, "Great list. I did my top 3 in another reply. Halo, Valheim, 007. It's been a long time since I played Chrono Trigger. Have you done everything? Thanks for all the detail. I appreciate it a ton." Wait, did she put that? I don't think she put that twice. Okay, no, that she. Hmm. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess the idea is, well, somebody says, "Oh, it's definitely AI." AI is always the one to say, "Have you done the ending?" Of course, people have done the ending. If you're talking about Chrono Trigger, what a joke AI is making. The excessive politeness is a tell. She asked, "Have you done every ending?" Um. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, man. If I'll just put it to you this. Oh my God, they're already making memes, bro. There's no way they're already making memes. That it's been less than like 48 hours. Look at this. This is a meme that somebody made. Kawaii Samurai is saying, "You think a CEO is on X telling a Joe, talking to Joe Public?" Yeah, right. Talking to Joe Public. You know what would be nuts though? I guess like, if it's discovered though that she's just using an AI, like it's just an AI bot, dude, that would be bad. I mean, that would send a message, would it not? Right? Like, if at some point it's like, I'm gonna show the meme. I'm sorry, I'm gonna show the meme. Yeah, I'm getting to here. That's crazy, me, dude. It's like, it's crazy, but it's already kind of fitting, bro. Hello, fellow gamer Gates. I too enjoy 007 and corp chumping and engaging in casual misogyny on unregulated proximity chat mediums. Remember COD lobbies? Haha. What's your favorite racism? What's your favorite racism? Music band. Dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. They already made the meme. They already made the meme, bro, in less than 48 hours. And that makes it all the more likely that it is just a account run by AI bots, an AI bot, because it's like they already know this is going to happen. They already know this is going to happen. Man, that's crazy. Well, I'll tell you what. Um, an AI, if it's discovered that her account's run by an AI and it's not actually her, um, it would be such a what, like, it wouldn't be surprising, right? But it would be like, oh, the message has been delivered. Like, in case you guys were wondering what we're dealing with here. It makes me kind of hope it is, man, because it would be so God, man. I mean, we're looking at such a crazy ass dystopian future where it's like, no way. Like, no, like then we're gonna have the Herman Hulst AI account, and then the Hiroki Totoki AI account, and the Hideaki Nishino AI account. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad, bad, bad. Oh no. You think Satya is sending a message by promoting her? Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah. I feel like there is a message that's being sent, right? Interesting. Irfan, let me check this real quick. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Somebody put out a question asking Peter Dalton. Again, Peter Dalton is the head of technology at Blue Point Games, saying one question. Santa Monica Studio just announced the God of War 1 through 3 remakes. Are you guys at Blue Point the main dev team behind these remakes? Or are you doing some other stuff? And this was a message that was sent on February 19th. Was that uh Oh, okay. So the question was asked on February 12th. The response from Peter Dalton was February 19th saying, "I wish." Oh no, man. It's looking spooky out here, bro. Like, it's looking real spooky out here. Kawaii Samurai says Sony already has 2 patents for PlayStation. One for it to take over controls of your game, and the other to scan for censorship and to censor certain words. We are cooked. Well, yeah, I mean, I looked into both of these. The one about the censorship thing, that's a little bit different. That one's not nearly as bad as it sounds because that's just something that's like it that would literally be like an AI tool where it's like if you want certain things no matter what to be censored like for your kid or something, you can basically tell the AI what you want censored and it'll find a way to censor it, even if it's by like showing something else. So that's a little bit different. I think people were misunderstanding what that patent was. And like that actually could be useful uh, for, many things where it's like, yeah, if you want to have basically a greater control and a greater specificity over your hey, stop that. Okay, she's not listening. A greater specificity over what you want censored for your kids and what is you're okay with. Um, that could be a useful tool. But yeah, the one about that one's weird to me. The one about like, do you want AI to get you past this section or something, or play the game for you? I mean, I don't, I don't see a problem with that unless like that has to be marked. Like for example, if you enable it, there has to be like a watermark that can't be removed or something. Or just something there to like tell you like this is an AI playing the game. Um Only then would I think it's like totally because I could see people using that for like, oh look, I did this crazy thing in this game. But it's like, no, you didn't. It's fake, you know? Kawaii Samurai, you're saying Sony already has 2 patents for PlayStation. Or sorry, you're saying so AI is bad unless it's Sony. No, AI listen, AI generally speaking can be bad and good. Sony, I am certain will be doing bad things with AI. I am positive about that. Like, if you were to ask me, do you think Sony's going to do something with AI that's going to upset people and be just terrible? Yes. Yes, I do. But unfortunately, I think all of gaming companies will. That doesn't make it okay, but I hate to kind of lean into this hopelessness type of mentality. But I do start to think that, like, guys, I think there's just some things that might be inevitable. And the idea that every company is going to slowly but surely get more and more immersed in AI and aggressive with it to the point where there's going to be very few companies left that aren't doing something just really annoying and stupid with AI. And I think Sony's absolutely going to be one of those companies. I guess I'm just saying, like, some of the specific patents that they're filing, it's like, okay, I can see where you're coming from. And I'm sure Microsoft has a ton of ideas with what they want to do with AI that could be good ideas. It's just a matter of execution and like boundaries, I guess, right? Where the one thing that leaked out with Sony, where I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I don't know if you guys remember, I actually had to take my stream down because Sony was striking people down for showing it because it was not supposed to go public. Was they have implemented AI into Horizon Forbidden West where you can talk to Aloy and you're talking to they're using like an LLM or whatever. And it's so weird. And I'm like, oh, like I get why this is an idea and I get why you're testing it out. Please don't. Like, please don't, man. Like, I don't want that. I don't want because I just feel like it's gonna cross some kind of line of like, what are we doing here, man? Where it's like I wanted to play a single player game to experience a story and get immersed in that story. And it's like, but what if you could just hang out with Aloy and ask her anything? And it's like, no. Like, I don't know about that, man. I know, tarnished. I mean, we'll see. I There's things that remain undetermined at the moment. Um, One of the things that is not undetermined is this. Is AI now a permanent fixture, just like live service games? Is AI a permanent fixture of the games industry? Yes, absolutely. And so I just think that, listen, as we get older and as things continue to change in the games industry, we basically just have to ask ourselves, I think, a simple question. Jake, thank you for that, man. I'll see if I could get to it when I have time. Or if I don't get to it on stream, I'll check it out on my own. You have to ask yourself a simple question, and that is like, are you or are you not okay with this particular aspect of gaming or what this particular company is doing with this particular thing? And more and more, I think people, again, those of us who are getting older, and as things change at an increasing rate, the answer I think is becoming no. Like, I'm not okay with this, and I'm not okay with that, and I don't like that, and I don't like this. But at the same time, and I try really hard not to, I fail, but I try not to stray so far out there. But it's like, okay, so MBG, what would stop you from playing video games? And that's where the truth, for me, I can only speak for myself, obviously. I don't plan to ever stop playing video games unless it gets to a point where there's actually, yeah, I'm like an old man. And it's like literally everything that is made is not for me. Literally everything. There's nothing I want to play. That day could come. That day is not now. That day is not, I think, anytime soon. Um, but it also, I guess, one of the truths that I've had to accept about myself is there has to be a separation between me on a personal level and what I want to play and how I engage with video games versus evaluating the industry. I'm trying my best. It's again, I'm failing miserably many times to be a little bit less biased. Like I clearly have a bias towards PlayStation and Sony, but I do try to look at things more holistically of like, you know, my preferences aside, what does this mean for the industry? Like, for example, my preference for PlayStation aside, what does it mean that Sony is not going to give up live service? What does that mean for the industry? It means that one of the things it could mean is that a lot of time and resource that Sony could be investing into making more single player games and doubling or tripling up on that, that probably won't happen because they're investing half of their resource in the live service. So it means that there might be like a fixed amount of single player experiences we get from Sony with no guarantee of an increase at any point. Could that be good enough? I suppose. Um, another question that needs to be asked at a high level is like, to talk about like, so it's only okay like if Sony uses AI. No, but the reason why I think Microsoft is ultimately a little bit more concerning is because, as I've established many times, Microsoft is. Okay, you guys hear this? Are you guys hearing what's happening over here? Guys, massive cat fight going on. I just need to know, is any of this coming through the mic or are you not hearing any of it? Because if you're not hearing any of it, um see, neutral zone, I don't agree with that. You're saying we barely get any games from Sony. Imagine now that they are focused on live service. I don't agree with that. Like we don't barely get any games. I mean, I think it is a situation where a game that Sony's producing, yeah, it might not be for you. And so therefore you could cross that one off the list. It feels like less games. You know what I mean? That can be true. But Sony is publishing less games overall. I do agree with that. You know, I was looking at a list of all the games they publish for the PS4 gen. They're publishing less games, 100%. But that to me speaks to just a complete philosophy shift with them. Where okay, guys, I'm sorry. Like, you have no idea what's going on. Very, very strange behavior from my cats. Very strange behavior. They're so distracting. I'm just trying to talk to my audience. Did you hear that, Irfan? Dude, it's because Clark, like, did some kind of crazy jump to try to, like, mess with Leia, and Leia was having none of it. She went berserk. Anyway, I'm a little bit all over the place. What I was trying to say, going back to the AI thing, it's not like, oh, it's only bad if Microsoft uses AI. It's good if Sony uses it. No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that at a very high level, Microsoft is a massive, massive, unfathomably large corporation in terms of value that basically dwarfs Sony and every other gaming company in the industry. If Microsoft wants to get more and more aggressive in the games industry, saying we're not just getting aggressive with AI as a corporation, we're getting aggressive with AI across the board, including gaming. That does have the potential to have a massively profound impact on the entire industry. Where one of the things I can promise you, I did say we don't know what's going to happen, but I feel very confident in saying this. Now that they have a person who was the head of their AI running the entire gaming division, you're going to see Microsoft get so absurdly aggressive with AI more than any other company in gaming by miles. By miles. The question is if other gaming companies are going to look at that and say, we got to do that too. I'm telling you, remember I'm saying this. I don't think it's a bold prediction, but it's a prediction I'm making. And that's why I'm saying, like, Sony is not at the forefront of AI. They're, adopting it. and seeing where they can make use of it. But oh my God, what is going on? Why is this so slow? But Sony is not at the forefront of AI. Microsoft is. And whatever Sony chooses to use AI for in gaming, you can bet your bottom dollar Microsoft's going to do that tenfold. And I don't want to say that necessarily makes it worse, but if it really depends on how you feel about AI. If you feel trepidatious about AI, that probably is not a good thing in that case. If you feel bullish about it and like people got AI all wrong, then that could be a good thing for you. It really just depends on your view of it. And Zanarkan Blitzer, another super chat. Thank you, Zanarkan, saying MBG, you were saying that AI from Microsoft is worse compared to PlayStation because yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a little bit off track because of my cats. Hopefully, I answered the questions, Zanarkan. Um, so this isn't so much about like Xbox bad, PlayStation good, as much as it's just, I think that right now Microsoft, I think, has live service games locked in. They paid for that. Microsoft spent $80 billion to ensure that they have an abundance of live service games. So I think the thing that Sony's trying to chase, Microsoft already has because they paid for it at a scale that Sony couldn't pay for it, right? Now I think this is where you see Microsoft, as Sony is continuing to try to get a foothold, a more meaningful foothold in the live service space. Microsoft is they're on a different level where they're like, okay, we're going to be advancing AI. Like Microsoft wants to create video game AI development tools that Sony will use, that Nintendo will use, that From Software will use, that EA will use, that everybody in this industry will use. They want to lead the way, so to speak, in AI game development, and they want to show the results. I'll put it to you this way. Microsoft wants to do what live service games did in the video game industry, but with AI technology. Does that make sense? So whoever were the first games or the first publishers to release live service games that revolutionized the game space, Microsoft's planning to do that monetarily speaking. That's the point. It's all about the money, the profit margins. Microsoft is planning to do that with AI in the game space. And that might be that's the bigger picture that put the console wars aside, put the fanboy wars aside. The bigger picture is that Microsoft is leading the way there. And they have the means, they have an advantage that no other company in this industry has. And that they got in with AI at the ground level, and it's now become, I don't want to say the basis of I mean, it almost is. I mean, look at what Microsoft is doing with Windows and Copilot, where it's like AI everything, dude. This is probably Satya Nadella from his perspective. This is his career moment, and they're determined to make it a thing, man. So, um, I feel like Sony, Sony's focused on live service, and Microsoft is focused on AI. I feel like that sums it up, right? What is it that PlayStation fans feel so bad about with Sony? It's that. It's like the live service focus, the sacrifices made in the name of live service. What is it that people are now fearing with Microsoft? It's Microsoft gaming might just be AI gaming. It's all about the AI now. And that's why it's like, the new CEO of Microsoft is like, oh, well, we don't, it's got to be good AI, not AI slop. And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. Like you're just saying words that people want to hear, but like what does any of that actually mean in the bigger picture of what you're going to be doing as, you know, the head of gaming for the world's biggest company that's now looking to make massive waves in the games industry? We have no idea. It's going to be an interesting ride, I'll tell you that. Zanarkand, you're saying so it could be like the AI, Copilot, etc. in Windows 11 pushing it in your face that you say enough, coming to Xbox Magnus. I mean, it. I think that will be a thing. Yeah, everybody's talking about like Copilot, and I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about though. Like what I'm talking about is Microsoft is making a generative AI video game tool. I forget the name of it. They announced this project like a few years ago, and it's just learning every day. It's been learning every day since. And Microsoft is going to be the first one. Remember, I'm saying this because I think it's going to come to pass. Microsoft's going to be the first one to drop a generative AI video game tool that will be widely adopted by developers, and it will be the kind of, you know, um, tipping point moment where, like, I'll put it to you this way. You know how 4 years ago you guys were not sending me AI generated songs to play, where if I say make a song about Blue Point, a sad song that actually, covers the closure of Blue Point, and we're going to listen to it. 4 or 5 years ago, you guys couldn't do that. That was not a thing. You could, like, you guys would be like, what are you talking about? You want me to make you a song about Blue Point? Now, if I tell you to make a song, which I'm not saying do this, but I'm just saying it's like make a song about the new Xbox CEO ruining micro gaming with AI. You could do that, and it'll be done in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Um, that's it. Just needs to be understood that that was a tool that was created in the last 4 to 5 years that now everybody has access to. And if you go to Spotify, I just watched a video from Rick Beato on this. I think like 40% of the music listened to on Spotify, maybe my statistic is wrong, but it's some crazy number, is AI generated music. There are AI artists becoming famous now in
Calling out
music.
MBG Nation, if you continue to support third-party who releases on XP, you will kill PS just how bots killed XP
man,
with
Rich.
zero accountability. Grow up.
I love how sometimes it just feels like Rich is in his own world with these conversations sometimes. And Kawaii Samurai, I'm sorry I missed your super chat saying they won't do that. LOL. That's what Nvidia is for. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Nvidia is there too, but I feel like Microsoft is about to go scorched earth. You know, I think they are, and maybe Nvidia could too. I don't know. I don't know, man. I have a strong feeling that 5 years from now, I'm assuming I would like to think I'll still be here streaming with you guys, just like I am right now, right? And you guys are gonna be sending me games. I made this Herman Hulst simulator game or some shit. I made Bloodborne. I made my version of Bloodborne 2. I mean, I don't know if it'll be that crazy, but I'm just saying, man, like MBG Sucker Punch's outgoing boss was just saying that the industry really wants to make games in shorter periods of time. What can help? Only AI. I'm not okay with that, but I don't see another option. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. Kawaii Samurai, you're saying clueless. LOL, that's literally Nvidia's business. Well, what is the name? I mean, I know there's DLSS. What other well, yeah, Nvidia is all hold on. Let me see. NVIDIA is deeply involved in gaming AI primarily through its RTX GPU hardware and software, focusing on enhancing performance, graphics, and interactivity. Oh, let me hold on. Let's see. Well, okay. Key AI applications: NVIDIA technology powers generative AI, LLMs, computer version, autonomous vehicles, and robotics. They provide a complete AI ecosystem, including specialized hardware, software, networking data centers, reducing the time to deploy AI projects in enterprises. NVIDIA's proprietary software platform, CUDA, acts as the standard toolset for AI developers. Okay, so you're right. Providing libraries and frameworks that make it easier to develop AI applications on their chips. Okay, so I didn't realize NVIDIA was that deeply integrated into AI tech. I mean, I knew they were like massive in AI. I guess I didn't think they were making like AI technologies that devs were going to use for game development. I thought it was just more about like, I don't know, like performance for their hardware and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't really pay too much attention to Nvidia. I probably should start because I mean, clearly like nah, it's Microsoft and Nvidia, right? Um so yeah, maybe Nvidia will beat Microsoft to the punch. Musashi with a super chat says, if complex AI games are easy to make, what is the next frontier for human creativity then? What is the new frontier, the next medium, the next canvas for real human maximum effort? Hmm. I mean, you know, we could be enslaved by our AI overlords and they could make us do stuff like made them do stuff. And, maximum output will be expected, you know? So it went from you want it to be creative, and you want it to do things because it was in the name of progress. Now you're going to do it because you have to. Now you're going to do it because you're a slave to the AI. I mean, I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know, man. You know what I think it'll be? I actually think I do have an answer, Musashi. I think that question you just asked will evaporate. Assuming that AI takes over everything eventually. And it's like you're saying, like, what is this? Where does that leave us? Like, what do we do now? I think it brings everybody down to, in my opinion, the best place you could be. I think it's the best place you could be. Um, but a lot of people don't feel this way. It's that what this means is now that you as a human being are irrelevant, not irrelevant, but you are outclassed in every area. There's something that has been created that will always be better than you. Not another person. Or it could be another person that decides to utilize the AI. I think it brings everybody down to a point. It's a very simple point of do what you want to do for the love of the game. You want to make a game, do it because you love the idea of making that game. Nothing else. There's no other influence. There can't be. Nobody's going to buy it. I mean, the question you're asking, Musashi, I'll be honest, that gets into a larger question of like, what are human beings going to do? What are we as a species going to do when AI uproots our entire system and the way it works, the way it's been functioning for, hundreds of years practically, where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, do we actually just embrace socialism at that point? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we're going to know until we cross that threshold. Leia, are you serious? I'm having this conversation. Leia's just like, don't you just love animals? We're going to, Leia's letting us know what we're going to be doing when we're replaced. We're going to have no shame. We're going to go back to simpler times with no shame. That's what we're doing. I mean, look, I do think that the benefit, if I'm trying to be optimistic here, the benefit of like, well, there's no need, there's no competition anymore. I think that's what AI basically threatens. There may be a cat fight that is going to go down because Clark, please don't bother Leia. She will wreck you. Um, I think AI basically threatens the notion of competition if it reaches a point, universally speaking, that everybody seems to believe it will. Not everybody, but a lot of people believe it will. And competition is inherent to many of the systems that we rely on. You know, there's got to be winners, there's got to be losers, there's got to be high performers, there's got to be low performers, there's got to be a lot of mediocrity in between. And all of it has its role. And, it's what makes the world go round. It's what makes the gears, the cogs in the system turn. Once AI can basically just like go around and be like, we don't need any of you anymore for anything. Yeah, it creates a major problem. And so I feel like a potential solution. I mean, you hear about like a universal income or something, where at that point it's like, yeah, it is like socialism essentially, but it's okay now because there's no downside to it. Like everybody just has money. There is no poverty anymore. It's like everybody can just do what they want. That does sound utopic in a sense, and it does sound quite nice where it's like anything you do now is because you want to. There's no more you have to do this or you have to do that. You just do what you want to do. Something tells me that would fall apart though, and that would break down because I just think it's not in our nature to operate that way. You know, like I think people do need other forms of stimulus to motivate them to do things where, yeah, not everybody does what they do for just the love of the game. People like having these other factors where, and I guess that could still exist, but the reward, I guess, would be simplified. The reward would simply be reputation. And, again, that sounds pretty good where it's like, you're not striving to be the best and to beat this person for anything other than bragging rights. I guess that kind of does exist in some places now, but if we're just talking about video games, man, I don't know. My best guess is that there will be a division. There will be a large group of developers that fully embrace AI and a large group of developers that don't and want nothing to do with it. And maybe there will be some developers in between where it's like we use a little bit of AI, but we're mostly human. It's a hybrid. Um, Zanarkan says, MBG, please clarify that Leia is licking her junk, not Clark. Super Cat and Good Boy. That was Leia. Yeah, Clark was. Now she's just like passed out. Clark was the way she's laying right now. Clark was not on the cat tower. You're correct. Yeah, today I'm going for a longer stream today. I probably shouldn't go for too much longer because I tend to I don't know if I talk for this long. Sometimes when I talk for this long, because I don't stop talking. I don't stop talking. I can burn out. Thanks, MBG. I just got here. You're welcome, Prince. I love how you blame me. It's my fault. Sorry, I'm not streaming on your schedule, Prince. Thank you, Irfan. Yeah, we'll react to that in a little bit. Well, yeah, I should probably get to the final stage of this stream. So we have a couple more things to do. You guys want me to react to this new Mighty Keith video? I'm gonna bring that up in a second. I haven't watched it. I don't even know what it's about. I guess it's about PlayStation. We'll react to that, and then I promised Perfect Image I would play his AI slop song. And I got to give you guys a couple of reps since we hit over 50 members today. And we'll do that too. And so we'll initiate that. As I'm initiating this, though, we are 2 likes away from hitting 200. Okay, we're 2 likes away. Guys, make sure you hit that like button, and appreciate you getting us to 200 likes. Um, so we are at 55 members. Okay, if you want to contribute any more to the member goal, we don't have to hit 75. You know, obviously we hit 2 goals today, and I very much appreciate that. But if you want to contribute any more, feel free to do so. If you want to become a member, we'll add that to the goal before we wrap up. And let me see. Let me just close out some of these tabs so I can. All right.
I am.
Sorry. Let me bring this up. Oh, did he make a video on the Blue Point thing? Oh, this should be a juicy one. All right. Let me grab this here. Prince G with a $2 chat says Xbox went from last place to total irrelevancy. I mean, as a console, I agree. Yeah, we got a gray screen up. Sorry. As a console, I agree. I agree, Prince. So the title of this video is PlayStation When It's Time to Ruin Their Company Again. Dude, I could already tell by the title this is gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one.
Mighty Keith.
And Susan, make sure they bring my bagel. Hey, sir, I just saw the email we got. We're getting rid of Blue Point? Oh, yeah. Well, we just got them 5 years ago. Correct. Too expensive. What is the last game they made? The highly acclaimed Demon Souls remake. Everyone loved that game, right? It was amazing. So why are we letting them go? We're actually deciding to go in a different direction. A different direction than amazing? Yes. Okay, so after that success, what did we have them working on? God of War live service. What? Yeah, the last live service we did lasted about all of 12 days. So kind of.
See, what's so funny about this clip, though, and the type of clips he makes is it's always supposed to be presented as like it's in a board meeting or something, or it's in the office. And the sad thing is, like, the guy standing there, it's supposed to be us, right? It's like supposed to be the gamer. The guy standing there asking these questions like doesn't exist in these corporations. That's the scary part most of the time, is that when he's making these videos about Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, like, it's unfortunate, but yeah, there might not be people asking these questions at these corporations, sadly.
I have to recoup that loss. But we're still developing Fair Games $, and Horizon Hunters. Hell yeah, brother. Those are going to be revolutionary.
Yo, wait, did he just break out the Macho Man Randy Savage voice? Who does he sound like right there? Hell yeah, brother. Okay.
I'm sorry, we got rid of Bluepoint, whom only been making bangers, single-player games, remakes to games that our customers want. And we got rid of them, but we're still developing live service games that our customers don't want. Now, why would I gamble on a single-player game when I can take that same gamble on a live service game, but if I win, the payout is 10 times more? Because we're trying to make a product our devoted fans will remember for ages. Devoted fans? I want devoted money. What's your issue with these live service games anyway? We can't make them!
Okay, that line right there, though, might really encapsulate the bigger problem with all of this. Devoted fans. I want devoted money. Why is it so hard to understand, though, that, like, one comes before the other? You get devoted fans, and then you can get devoted money, you know? Goddamn. It's too accurate. I can't even laugh. It's too accurate.
They come out as terrible shit, balls, dookie, ass. They're not good. Some live services make it. They do, right? They end up being great. Helldivers 2, great. Destiny 2, great. Until it wasn't. We are devoting way too much time and effort into live service games, one after the other, instead of just coming out with single player, story driven games that we're used to, that we're known for. Are you telling me how to do my job? I'm telling you, you aren't good at your job. God of War Live.
This is me. I feel like I'm watching me and Herman right now, bro. This is me and Herman. I'm telling you, you ain't good at your job.
Service? We could have had Bluepoint making the Bloodborne remake. Huh? Something they're used to doing. Something you bought them for. Something the customers want to see. Okay, but what about the games I want to make for my company? I don't care what games you want to make. I don't care what ideas you have for this company. The fans are the ones who brought this company up to be what it is today. Those are the people we need to be catering to. Okay, so you're saying that we should scale back on our live service games and instead go back to our roots by creating original single player IPs and sequels to established IPs like Ratchet and Clank, Infamous, Resistance. Yes! Well, I guess we could make a new Ratchet and Clank. The last one did well. Huh. Let's work on that. Thank you. Sounds good. And hell, let's make it $40. Well, all right. Yeah, they'll love that. We'll sell the rest of the content later. I got another idea. What about Ratchet and Clank with friends, huh? Like multiplayer. Cause last one introduced a new character, but like, what if they could have a lot of new characters, like 10 more, like classes? They had 10 classes, new weapons, 10 classes in Ratchet and Clank, and we have a lot of boss fights, and we'll develop it for the next 10 to 15 years. We'll charge $30 for that.
Dude, you know what the worst part about that ending was? And it's like hard to laugh because it's so true. The worst part about that ending is how like Sony literally did this with Ratchet and Clank, except they were like, we're gonna make a Ratchet and Clank shooter, but we're gonna make it mobile only. We're not even gonna release it on PS5. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like to me, what's so crazy about that, and I'm not, this isn't something I'm like gonna make that big of a deal about. Maybe it could come to PS5, but it's like, if you want to make a live service game based on an IP like Ratchet and Clank, it's like, Sony, let me ask you this question. Where does your fan base for Ratchet and Clank, where do they exist? Where are they? Yeah, Znarkan, yes. It's mobile only. It's like, your fan base for Ratchet and Clank exists on the PlayStation console. That's where they are. So it's like, if you want to put out I'm not saying it would go down well or it would be successful, but it's like, if you're going to make a Ratchet and Clank live service shooter, which I could actually almost kind of see how that would work, considering all the different weapons and stuff in Ratchet and Clank, why would you not just drop that on the console? And I assure you, like, I literally saw Ratchet and Clank fans saying they would like to play this game, but it's not on PS5. They would like to try it. I know, dude, this is where I'm saying, like, there is somebody, and I really have to imagine it's Herman Hulst. I don't know for sure, but there is somebody at Sony making decisions that make no sense. It's not even just, oh, you want to make live service games. It's not even just that. It's even the way in which you're going about it, where it's like, oh, we made a really cool looking Horizon MMO with NCSoft, not on PS5. Oh, here's a Ratchet and Clank live service shooter that Ratchet and Clank fans, we hope they want to play. Like, oh, okay, yeah. So, when's it come out? It's like, it doesn't. Like, what do you mean it doesn't? It's like, yeah, it's mobile only. What do you mean it's mobile only? Like, your Ratchet and Clank fans are on PlayStation. it's stuff like that that genuinely feels so disconnected, where that type of stuff to me feels like you have people who are not only not gamers making decisions, they don't know anything about the games industry, because only somebody who doesn't know anything about the games industry would think it's a good idea to release a Ratchet and Clank mobile only game and not even consider letting people, bring it to PS5. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. But that was a pretty good video. All right, guys. So what I'm gonna do now is get a couple reps in since we hit 50 members. I did promise I would, let me see here, play Perfect Image's song. The song is Where's the War At? Let me see.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the song, guys. All right. I'll play this song for Perfect Image. I don't know how it's going to sound. I'm going to rep my set. We're going to get a couple reps in. Yeah, sorry, Hanzo. You arrived at the end, bro. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 35 minutes. But again, I want to ask you guys, if you're going to head out while we're doing the final outro here, make sure you hit that like button before you do. Liking the stream really helps it. And want to thank you guys for all of your support. If you dropped any member gifts today, any super chats, any direct donations, thank you guys so much for that. Like I said, we're fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible, and I'm very grateful to be able to do it. And so thank you for all the support. And yeah, let's get these reps. Oh yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to Suplex that like button. I want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all the streams. Big shout out to Devil Shooter. If you guys see him with those timestamps pinned in the comment section, make sure you give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Thank you for what you do, man. So I'm gonna play the song and we'll get some reps. I think I'll do some curls today.
This ain't console war. It's corporate funeral music. Yeah. Blue point gone, doors locked, lights dim. Legends laid off while the profit stays slim. Nah, profits up, but the passion cut. Art turned algorithm, soul bankrupt. Demon souls rebuild brick by brick. Shadow revive, that craftsmanship hit. Now the studio ghost, just a headline scroll. Another creator body in a budget hole. 70 devs, just numbers and sheets. 70 dreams, tossed out to the street. They don't bleed pixels, they bleed time. Crunch nights, cold fights, life on the line. And the fans online, we raise then fade. Next trailer drop, we distracted played. Cycle repeat, tweet retreat. Meanwhile another studio face defeat. Where the war at? Where the war at? Where the hunger, where the pride at? Used to fight for gamers, where the spine at? Now it's silence when the layoffs pile stacked. Where the war at? Where the war at? Where the pressure, where the heat at? Competition made them great, we need that. Now it's corporate chess and we bleed stats. Where the war at? Phil step down, I want collapse. Fix it and gone too, whole system cracked. Green team shifting, no captain deck. AI suits running creative checks. No more heavyweight bout on stage, no more back and forth for game of praise. Used to feel like brands would clash, now it's mergers, cuts and cash. WWE, energy, promo heat. Now it's LinkedIn posts and quiet retreats. We restructuring for the future vision. Translation, less risk, less friction. You feel that vacuum, that missing spark. When rivals don't fight, the games get dark. Iron sharpens iron, that's how it goes. No blade against blade, then quality slows. Where the war at? Where the war at? Where the tension, where the drive at? Used to overdo each other higher. Pressure makes diamonds, diamonds make hits. No rivalry, then mediocrity fits. When Sony and Xbox went head to head, we got classics burned into our heads. Now studios shuttered, leaders gone. We scrolling timelines like what went wrong. Gamers don't want corporate peace, we want hungry beasts unleashed. Make them sweat for every sale, make them panic, make them scale. Blue Point gone, that cut deep. That wasn't numbers, that was legacy. And when leadership shifts with no clear fight, you feel that culture losing bite. This ain't hate, it's frustration fuel. We grew up watching Titans duel. Now the ring quiet, ropes don't shake, and when nobody swings, the fans all brag. We're the war on. Bring the clash back, bring the heat back. Make them earn every dollar we feed back. No more silence when the devs get laid flat. We're the war on. Bring the hunger, bring the grind back. We don't want safe, we want impact. Push each other till the whole world snaps. We don't want collapse. We want competition. Because when giants stop fighting, the gamers lose.
Damn. Damn. Perfect Image. Perfect Image coming in with like a... I mean, that felt like a real song, bro. I mean, not to say that the other songs we listened to, I'm just surprised. Yo, Clark's like, yeah, I'm hyped. There was a lot of, that was good, man. That was good. Devil Shooter saying, MBG, speaking of which, the timestamps will be delayed today. I've been gone for most of the stream. Oh, it's okay. Thanks for letting us know, Devil Shooter. It's all good, man. Yeah, some people get really antsy with the timestamps, but I don't know why. Like, they're always delivered, you know? So, take your time, bro. I just appreciate the fact that you do them. Yeah, that was a good one. Perfect Image. I took you a couple of days. It turned out really good, bro. I liked it. That was good. And I think there's a lot of truth. There was a lot of truth to those lyrics, man. You know? There was. But I'm going to be listening to that when I do my real workout later. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so, I mean, listening to these AI songs, man, it's crazy. It's crazy how good they sound. What happened, man? But there you go. Shout out to Perfect Image for that one. I don't know. Did we think Perfect Image raised the bar? Did he raise the bar with that one? Rich Rod, Gaming Survivor, feeling the heat now? I know Gaming Survivor was enjoying it. Just do a 24-hour stream. You are snowed in. Did the snow start? Man. Yeah, Oh, man. It's going to be bad. It started a while ago. Oh, shit. Hold on. Did it start snowing? Yeah, I'm trying to brace myself. The last time it snowed this bad, it was really, really hard to shovel everything that needed to be shoveled. You think I would have invested into a snowblower, but I didn't because there's so many years where we just don't get any snow at all. But yeah, this year is definitely it's intense. The amount of snow we've been getting. Hanzo, yeah, you're just finding out now. New Xbox CEO. Yeah, Phil Spencer retired, and a new CEO of Microsoft Gaming was announced. So far, the snow is powdery. The snow is going to get worse. It depends on where you're located, Gothmog. Where I'm located, it's expected to get a lot worse. Yeah. I mean, I'll let you guys know now. I did my outro already as if I was going to end the stream, but I guess I'll end the stream in just a minute here. I will let you guys know now that if tomorrow I either A, don't stream, or B, the stream is at a random time later in the day, just know it's because of the snowstorm. Yeah, I'm in the Northeast, so yeah. Rich lives right behind me. Why do you think I have such a high tolerance for this man? But yeah, guys, I think that's going to do it. 4 hour and 45-minute stream. Again, thank you all so much for hanging out. Just make sure you hit that like button, all right? I don't mean to sound like such a broken record telling you guys to hit the like button, but, YouTube is so finicky, man, and I swear it's up and down all over the place. But one thing that has never changed is they like to see the likes to help with the algorithm. So make sure you hit that like button. No snow for your state so far? Well, that's good. Lucky. Pride cometh before the fall. We will see. I mean, interesting times ahead, right? Gaming Survivor, we have some interesting times ahead. Did you see his basement? That's a Jersey basement. I can't tell if that's a joke or not, Rich. I can't even tell if that's a joke or not. Steven says, be safe, store up on water. If you have a generator, get it ready. I don't have a generator. I mean, hopefully we'll be okay. The last storm, we didn't have any power outages, luckily. I really hope that doesn't happen, But, and thank you, Ray. He drops so Ray just dropped the Discord link in the chat. We do have a Discord you can join. You don't need to be a channel member. Anybody can join. Just respect the rules and get along, Yeah, we got over 200 likes. Thank you guys for that. We got some Max Payne snow. Someone drop a 50 bomb for 3 more hours. I mean, look, man, as much as I would love, you made me say the word. As much as I would love 50 more member gifts, I wouldn't do another 3-hour stream. All right, here's what we'll do. Where are we at? All right, I'll give you 60 seconds. If somebody wants to drop 50 memberships, I'll go for another half hour. Half hour. All right. Does that sound worth it to you? Rich, you can drop it. How about that? Rich, you drop 50 membership gifts. You know what? Rich, I'll make it easy for you. Rich, you drop 5 more member gifts. I'll give you 5 minutes. It's on you now, man. Hanzo says he wants a membership. I'm surprised you didn't get one, Hanzo. Big MP came in here on the last stream, and he went crazy. He dropped 100 out of nowhere. Yeah, you take care too, Steven. Thank you for the member gifts today, by the way, man, and the support. Be safe out there. And okay. Zanarkand, he's too kind. Zanarkand Blitzer. He's like, I'll drop 5 for Rich.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bro, thank you. Zanarkand, you didn't have to do that, man. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. That does get us to 60. I have to admit, it was bothering me a little bit. I don't know. If being at 55 feels awkward, 60 feels right. Zanarkand, thank you so much, man. Let me add that to the goal here. Got some good reps. I think I'm going to be having pizza for dinner tonight. So got some good reps in. Let's see. Did Hanzo get a gift? No, not yet. Not yet, Hanzo. We'll see. We'll see what happens. He says, brother, you're Neo. You dodged my gifted memberships. Rich, you just had pizza? From where? Buffalo mozzarella. I think we're going to have pepperoni and sausage. Sounds like acid reflux tonight. Can't say. Yeah, don't say. Don't say. All right, can you give me the first letter of the name of the place? Can you say that? Is that too much? I'm like trying to get Rich to dox himself. And Zanarkand comes in. He drops another 5 member gifts for you guys. He's not done. Zanarkand.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Powerful console in the world. Zanarkand, thank you so much, man. He brings us to 65. Well, dang, guys, I was just kidding. I was just gonna chat here for a couple more minutes, but Zanarkand, he tried for Hanzo. Hanzo's still dodging them. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, Zanarkand, I really appreciate all this. You've been showing a lot of support on the streams these days, and I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Jake, I'm looking now for your email. The Witcher 3 or Witcher remake release window teased. Why didn't I know they were making a Witcher remake? Potentially delayed to 2028. The Witcher 1 remake has been delayed by 1 year to 2028, according to Noble Securities. Fool's Theory, the studio developing the remake, has been reassigned to assist on The Witcher 4. This has significantly slowed progress, and the remake is now expected to release in 2028. Dang. And Steven Leon, bro. Steven Family Leon. He says, take care of the family, man. And he's like, I'll help. I'll help. Here's yo, you guys didn't have to do that. Really. That's crazy. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. Steven dropped 10 more gifts for you guys and got us to 75, dude. What? Steven, thank you, man. And Zanarkand, he's still trying for Hanzo. He drops a single. All right, he wants us to go beyond 75. He brought us to 76. Look at you guys. Look at you guys. Did Hanzo still not get one? Leon Stephen Kennedy. Damn. He still dodged it. We'll see. Yeah, well, they're trying for you, Hanzo. They tried. Yeah, I got to tell you guys. Dude, the wait for Resident Evil is becoming torturous. I will tell you. I know that we've been talking so much about the news and not so much about the games, but God, man, like I'm like counting down the days. I've been playing. Well, I say that as if I've been playing it a lot, but I decided to re-download Helldivers 2, and I played that a little bit yesterday, and I had some fun with it. You know, I don't think I can get deep into Helldivers again like I once was, but I decided to play it for a little bit and, you know, take on the automatons, and it was fun, man. It made me remember like how awesome, you know, the launch period of Helldivers was, man. That game was. See, it goes to show like Sony can do live service and they can be successful, but it's gotta be like a particular type of game, and it's gotta strike at the right time. And I still like Helldivers a lot, and I'm really curious to see like how the Helldivers brand grows. You know, like, are we gonna get a Helldivers 3? Is that gonna be like a PlayStation 6 game? But I'm trying to just play that a little bit, basically, leading into Resident Evil 9. But the whole thing about Resident Evil 9, though, for my mods that are here right now, so I'm getting a physical copy. My copy probably won't arrive till like the middle of the afternoon on Friday. So my first time playing Resident Evil 9, unless it ships early, which would be amazing, but that never happens. But my first time playing it will probably be Friday evening. So my first time talking about it after going hands-on with it and playing it will probably be Sunday. So for my mods that are here right now, on our stream that we do this upcoming Sunday, just be on the lookout, okay? I really want to be able to talk about Resident Evil. There are a lot of a-holes out there. I already encountered this on Twitter that have tried to spoil the game for me and others. I hate people that do that. Like, why do that, man? Like, you just have to be a total a-hole to do that to people for no reason. So just be on the lookout for that. Because when I do talk about my impressions of Resident Evil, I'm definitely not talking about the story. All right? Yeah, don't hold back, Irfin. Absolutely. Sniper's ready. 13 minutes ago, we have another rumor from the Ghost of Hope. Exclusive. Sources indicate to me that the delay on the next Xbox has quote-unquote hurt a lot of Call of Duty's marketing plans, as they wanted Modern Warfare 4 to be a launch title and draw a lot of hype to compete with people's attention alongside GTA 6. Because of this delay, the idea of 2 Call of Duty games launching with the next Xbox has been floated. Oh my God, bro. What? A traditional Call of Duty multiplayer. Oh, and a standalone zombies title, presumably developed by Treyarch. Yo, what? Likely similar to that of Infinite Warfare and Modern Warfare Remastered when they were both released together. Microsoft wants Activision to be more agile and less attached to annualized releases in the future. The consensus is that a more quick and coherent product/development pipeline would have allowed them to cash in on the extraction shooter hype sooner with the DMZ update, for example. Oh man, that that's fascinating. Yo, let me tell you something. There's not many things that Call of Duty could do to really like I would say be like, wow, that's okay, that might work. To like reignite the Call of Duty fan base. Doing an Infinity Ward developed Modern Warfare with a Treyarch developed zombies. Granted, you would probably have to pay more for it because it sounds like they would want to sell them separately. That actually, I hate to say it, that's not a terrible idea. It's overwhelming to me. It's overwhelming to me, but so what's interesting though is this rumor from Ghost of Hope or this report. I mean, this seems to pretty much confirm that the Xbox has been delayed, right? The last time we heard the rumor of Xbox being delayed, it was kind of like maybe it could be just like the PS6 could be, but this talks about it as if Infinity Ward developers were informed that the next Xbox is delayed. So now they're thinking about what to do with Modern Warfare 4. I will say, I think one of the most interesting things about this report, Microsoft wants Activision to be more agile and less attached to annual releases in the future. Okay. Okay. I mean, good. I will say, I'll give credit to Microsoft here if that's true. Like, yeah, let them be. I don't know, though. Like, see, isn't that like, I like that idea, but man, from a business perspective, isn't that just so dangerous? Like, hey, you know that thing you guys have been doing for the past 20 years that's worked? Maybe don't do that anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong, people have been asking for that, and I'm not opposed to it, but you got to, like, from a business perspective, you could kind of see how, like, well, that's a little nerve wracking, you know? Call of Duty still releasing on the PS4. How can they make it an Xbox Magnus launch title? Yeah, I don't, and that's what's weird to me, too, right? Is like the way they're talking about it, like, I don't know, man, is like they're talking about it like Magnus is going to be like a traditional console. We know it's not, but I'm like, guys, I don't know. There's some really interesting things going on behind the scenes though. But yeah, I guess we'll continue to wait and see. Guys, we are about to approach the 5 hour mark though. And I do think this is definitely where I should wrap it up. Um, thank you all so much. Sorry to repeat myself again. Am I going to do a Resident Evil 9 gameplay stream? So I did mean to tell you guys, I got my old capture card, my piece of junk gap capture card, but still working. I hooked it up to my PC to try to determine, is it the capture card or is it something else with my PC or my Streamlabs software? It's not the capture card. My other second capture card wouldn't work either. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm at a loss. I have looked into everything to try to figure out what is stopping my capture card from registering Streamlabs. Um, so what I'm more likely to do, also, it's kind of okay because I talked to you guys before. I don't really like streaming games live. I've done it many times. I never feel comfortable with it. What I'm probably going to do is, well, I say probably, but I'm worried about spoilers. Like, that's my big thing. I was going to say, You need a larger power supply? Wait, Ray, you think the larger power supply is what's stopping it's what's preventing my capture card from registering on Streamlabs? That doesn't sound right. You have a lot of RAM that uses a lot of power, and the mic is PC powered. Well, the only thing that confuses me about that is it used to work, you know? What's my power supply? I don't even know. I know my PC has 64 gigs of RAM, so I got a lot of RAM. Overkill. You wouldn't know I have 64 gigs of RAM because my freaking YouTube studio constantly crashes, so you wouldn't know. You just need to open the source and tinker a bit. Well, here's what else I was thinking, right? Maybe just buy a new computer. Now's the best time, right? Best time to buy a new PC. Do a direct donation line. Somebody can just pass me over a smooth $3,000. Buy a new PC. We're good to go. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. My PC seems to be okay. Here's what I was thinking though. I have no problem recording, like for example, Resident Evil 9 gameplay. Right? I mean, that's one of the things about PS5's capture card integration is it's always recording. So whenever I'm playing it, I can just capture hours at a time if I wanted to. And my idea was like playing it in the background while I'm doing a regular stream. Or if we're doing a stream talking about it, I'll play it in the background. My only problem with this is it might turn people off from watching the stream, you know, because of spoilers. Because if I play like 3 hours of Resident Evil, I can leave out the story parts when talking about it. If I choose to put up the gameplay, but I don't know. I'll have to think about this. I mean, do it directly from PlayStation, get the PS5 camera. I mean, I could, if I really wanted to do that, I could stream from the PS5. I guess I could dedicate like hours to really trying to figure out the capture card situation. I mean, I'm going to have to figure it out eventually. I can't keep it like that forever, but it's one of those things where like I just get so annoyed with it. I'm like, F this. Like, I'm not dealing with this right now. You know, I got other stuff I want to take care of or deal with. Is the capture card recognized? So, perfect image. My PC, like Windows, if I go into Windows under devices, it recognizes the capture card. When I open Streamlabs and I go to add a capture source, it does not register in Streamlabs. So I'm not getting any errors. No, it just will not register in Streamlabs. So when I go to click devices in Streamlabs, it just shows my camera. No capture card. You're saying it's an easy fix. What do you think it is? It's an Elgato. Yeah, the model. It's the Elgato 60X X60 S. I don't know. the Elgato Series XS 360 one. Yeah, that's the one. You can use the Remote Play app and add it as a source to Streamlabs. That's it. That's interesting. I feel like that's really, I don't know if that's a good idea. Delete Streamlabs and re-download it. Ooh. You think so? Reset the capture source. Well, I did that too. I deleted all my capture sources and then I reopened a new one. I think that's the one. Yeah, the Elgato HD60S. I mean, I'll mess with it again. I have it put away for now, but maybe that could be our next members lounge. Hey guys, next members lounge, help me figure out my capture card situation. I mean, hey, maybe we could get the members engaged. There's a tutorial on YouTube on how to use Remote Play on OBS and Streamlabs. That's interesting. That's such an interesting workaround. That's funny. I have no idea what you're saying. I'm just listening. Well, I'll think about it. I mean, listen, for now, in the short term, until I really sit down and mess with it again, in the short term, I'm gonna think about just capturing Resident Evil footage, and it'll make it easier for me to talk to you guys. That's the one thing. That's one of the reasons I can't stand doing gameplay. I can't stand doing gameplay directly because I want to talk to the chat more and I want to engage with the chat more, and I just can't. I'm like I got to focus on the game, and then I end up sometimes sucking at the game or doing bad at the game because I'm too focused on the chat. That's the one thing about like doing the gameplay separately and having it in the background. I can still engage the way I want, but yeah. Guys, I think the pizza just got here. I think it's pizza time. Yep, it's pizza time. All right, guys. If I choose to mess around with my capture card again, I'll let you know. I'll go. All right, I'll be up in a second. Yeah, it's pizza time. I don't care about anything. I was just saying I gotta go get pizza. All right, Steven, yeah, you too, man. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Shout out to Devil Shooter with the timestamps. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to do this. I did put out a news video earlier if you want to go check that out. If you were here for most of the stream, you probably don't have to, though. And my hope is to be back here tomorrow. If I'm not here tomorrow, it just means I got caught up in the snow and had to take care of that. But I want to be here tomorrow. So hopefully I will. All right, guys, stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, or evening. If you got to shovel snow, be careful. Take it slow. Don't push yourself. Don't hurt yourself. And yeah, Rich Rod, stand down, bro. Stand down. Okay. All right. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.